السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم.
The dear representatives, peace be to you. You are welcome in the second day. We are going to introduce for you three lectures about the Diriyah and Venezuelan Saudi Venezuelans. The participation of elite speakers. We are going to start this lecture. It is going to discuss the importance of economic in Saudi Arabia, and there are details description for the current that is used or coins that is used in the past, and it is the economic part of the Saudi Arabia, and they start with Dr. Muhammad Yusuf in Cairo University. You are welcome. Peace be upon you all. I am very excited in order to be in the land of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it is not the first time for me. I have been honored in Al-Qura University in Mecca, and there was a conference in last year, and there were in talking about Riyadh, and today I'm going to see a evolution of Diriyah Gate, and this is Diriyah and it is culture, and it has impact on the history. We are going to talk about all the history, every culture, any historical events about it, and we talk about the coins, the coins that is circulated in Islamic coins sense. It is one of the strongest elements which defeated the Islamic history, and they are in the sense of the heritage and culture about the circulation of coins. And we found that this circulation of coins, it is prior and in the first, because when these coins are a state and history, and we have to keep it and preserve it, and because its names, it is has a value of it is a value of the country. And when we look at the Diriyah, if we look at Diriyah or the coins in Diriyah, it is not an easy word. It is one of the indications of the kingdom or governing of the country. When we talk about the king or the Khalifat, we're talking, and they are talking about him on, and when the coins are defeated, it is all the time it is owned by the Sultan and the king. Then the history of the coins internationally, it is the only one has a right in order to issue these coins. There is no a private company in order to issue this, and the biggest industry in the world now, it is the industry of military, but the power or in the issue of the coins, and it is written or names, it is from the king, the sultan. And when we talk or listen at any bank in Saudi Arabia, we look at the issues of the coins. It is just from His Majesty the King Salman bin Abdul Aziz. هذا it is raising and respecting of his Almighty, his we are in front of the Islamic value actually. In Diriyah, Diriyah is considered, it is not a small village, it is a station, big station. And yesterday we listened to the role of the fence and force of Diriyah. We have economic stability. When we come back to the source that is talking about the Diriyah history, all this they found that all Diriyah has everything. When the time of there is no, for example, lack of food, or there is stability, economic stability and economic stability, and that is necessitate the stability of the coins in the dollar. When we look at the history of the country, we know that Diriyah is the center of the kingdom, and we talk about it in the two ages. In the what are the coins that we deal with? You are not dealing with coins in Diriyah. They are trading interactions or dealing with outside, with Hijaz district, and with there are diversity of commercial relationship between the places. And when we talk about Diriyah economy, we have to ask, are there some coins that is circulating in Diriyah? Yes. In Diriyah, there are the coins that is found in Diriyah. It is Osmanic coins or European coins. Secondly, here the governors of Diriyah, they have a big store of this. There is no gap of circulation of coins, because this is a strong economic, because I have stored coins for dealing. There is no gap, economic gap in Diriyah. The issue of coins in a night and or a day to make these coins, I have the technical people. I have all the raw materials. It is copper or silver. Then I have to you have to look at these coins. It is going to be accepted or not. And we have Abdul Malik Nurwan in his regime. He is a teacher in escaping or the coins in one day in 76 and 77 is, and then he takes a liter of tea and make it completely Islamic coins. This in order to issue new coins in Diriyah or in Saudi Arabia's name at that time. This is, it is made as Salman's coins, how to make these coins, and these are completely the money that is in Diriyah, for example, there throughout Diriyah, in coins, Islamic coins, for example, and it is found in every time, every place, every time. Then at the end we can talking about the generosity and coverness of the King Abdul Aziz. When we come to look at, and we found that the resources of Diriyah kullaha, all of them in consensus that they said that the foreign coins is prominent at that time. When we talk to you work with the money, at the Osmanic regime, we found that Osmanic coins, Abbasid coins, for example, when Islamic coins, then we are going to display the coins about Arabic, and there it is completely different issue here, because it is prominent here as a coins in the, for some reason, because the stability of the coins circulations in here, it is not problem here, but the Osmani dinar is come down, for example, declaring, and Indian rupee also coming down. But the foreign coins, they are stable in its shape and its value. And this is a method of dealing with, and this is what our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, agreed about. All this dealing with these coins we have. Then in Sharia Islamia, there is punishment to sentence, to punishment in dealing with they in Diriyah, they have to use the suitable type of money in order to without fake coins in Diriyah. And these fake and false coins in Diriyah, there is from the place of Tetra in under and the Abbasids, there are false coins, and these are creating a problem at that time. It is circulated between the people, and there are some resources indicated that, or saying that, talking about it is manufacturing of these coins, and Abu Dukat called it اللي هو there is a قديس اللي هي saint, and there is no to deal with this with imperials in imperials images in the coins, for example, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, using the dinars and are with the image of imperial. There is no problem in dealing with these the resources here. We have a problem in naming these things, starting from the 10th century Hijri. They calling the coins as in Sham places also. They are talking about one things. They have only a pretty dinar copy, for example, golden coins. In Diriyah, they have very smart people doing in dinar, because the golden coins has a value different completely from the others, from the silver coins. Funduli is found in Diriyah and in Mamluki, and they able to control it and to make it is and to work in the economic sector, because it is calling as a measure, because related to the measure land. It is coming for also found in Diriyah as golden coins, and also the circulation of coins about 110. Therefore, we have to come to the using or circulation of the coins. French, whatever you think that this is the main coin circulation in the Arabian Peninsula, in the Arabian Peninsula, from the century 10, the century 10, it is named, and it is going on till the regime of the King Abdul Aziz as a French, to the degree that all the women, they collected these coins, reals, from the pocket of their husbands, in order to make it as a jewels in around her necks, because it is very good and it is value and beautiful shape. This is a very famous image. This is our names that is very big. They are French real, and this is more famous in the dealing. And the real with a spot also, it is very famous. When the King Abdulaziz came, he is a very clever person, because if he destroy or withdraw it from the dealing, it is gonna he's gonna to create a economic problem, and it is his mind. Therefore, they connected the word need, because Diriyah, it is a part of a geographical area of need. Therefore, in the coin circulation, it make it very acceptable, and even the circulation in 1921, the reals started to be a problem to happen in the reals, and here the King Abdulaziz is gonna to strike the reals, the money, and stop dealing with it. Also, we have English pounds, and it is very important coins what is circulated also in Diriyah, and they have been used with a real shape, and it is used in with connected with the word need, and it is one of there are so many golden pounds here, because it is very good in their manufacturing, and the cent, and also it is one of the coins that circulated in Diriyah. And then Osmanic coins, there are a lot of Osmanic coins, and they are acceptable in Diriyah, Osmanic coins, because the people using, they are accepted in trading, and some of them they are not accepted it, because there is the conflict between Diriyah and Islamic it is became unacceptable in economic circulation or dealing, and especially in Diriyah they call it as mahbub or famous, and it is about 75% of Mia, and this is the issue that is made by Sultan Ahmed. The Osmanic coins are not striking down, but the Darba Istanbul, and because they are the strongest in at the Osmani regime. Also, in with the rose or Abu Warda, as they said it is this coins from Sultan Mahmud III, this history is written in this coin with starting the regime, or when the Sultan started his throne, and now we are talking about it as local coins. The people, they are interpreted as copper, for example, or yellow copper, but this is the cross yellow and red or yellow. It is a coin, because it is good, because there is a percentage of copper in the manufacturing of these coins. It is from Sultan Murad al-Rabi or Sultan Murad the Fourth. This is also coins are circulated in Diriyah, and it has a value economically, and they have 8 grams, but their her acceptable is very weak, because the people the new coins are very weak, and it is rejected by the people in the circulation between the people in Diriyah, because in the terminologies it is not used, because in Diriyah there is no integration. For example, declining of these, they are a very high value for, or a lari or a lari. It is like this اللي هي it is a pence. It is coins not traditional. It is strike down or not used in Bahrain, and it is not used in Diriyah. But the King Abdulaziz is stop dealing or circulating of these coins. When we look at the names in the research, in order to find a local name for the word, this is called Khurda. These names, when for example Mahlab, Khurda, it is equals 10, and these the names, these are names, local names using for coins in the Diriyah. Also the letters, it is taken from the shapes of the letters, and I am going fast for the time. And Mahla also, it is one of the coins that is circulated in Diriyah, and it is from silver. When we talk about silver, it is a strange Grape said that for example self-criticals about these coins in Diriyah, and he mentioned that in his book. We cannot take it seriously or to believe it. There are silver coins found here, and let us talk about it, and found it here also in using good by good in selling and buying in Diriyah also. Let us come back to the King Abdulaziz and his methodology and strategy in the Arabian Peninsula, and the way how he started the coins. Do you think that the King Abdulaziz is striking down his coins and the name of Riyadh? No. Here the governor, as we said, in order to issue the coins and from copper and silver, it needs a clever dealing and strategy with them. King Abdulaziz did not striking down the coins, and because it has an importance and significance for the King Abdulaziz, these coins, in order to be stable. When he came to Mecca, Hijaz district, there are coins they are found in that areas in Mecca mainly. When he strike out his coins, he is not strike them with Mecca, because it is movable coins out going around Mecca, and it is not coming to Diriyah. In order there is a stability and economic and political stability. When he started these bastards, these his names and all his names, it is written on the coins in the pastors and half of the pastors and fourth of the pastors, his names and this is circulated in Diriyah. And we came to the important issue of for the King Abdulaziz in the governor of Al-Hijaz and the surrounding, and there are the other districts, Diriyah one of them, and here is the cleverness he is using nickel in the circulation of coins. The year of 48, for example, this is the first time to strike this, to write the Makkah al-Mukarramah, and he did not strike or name Diriyah or Riyadh in the coins here, because the King Abdulaziz has gained the two powers, political policy and economic policy, both of them. Look at the King Abdulaziz, he is changing the names, and when we arrive to 1354, he changed the name of the, before that he's not striking coins with the name of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because the name started in the king of the Kingdom of the Arabian Kingdom. And here also it is also cleverness from the King Abdulaziz in order to strike the golden bound. And here the last point I'm going to say it, when it is this is his point, English point, strike down after King Abdulaziz, the golden bound. They have, there is a big role where the people of Diriyah, they supported King Abdulaziz, and this reference or resources is correct and real, and they have gave 41 kilo from 24 issue to issue the golden bound for you. I am very honored to talk to you, and thank you very much.
على هذه المحاضرة الثرية. كنت عايز بس استفسر عن هل الإمارات المنافسة في حول الدرعية في فترة الدولة السعودية الأولى والثانية ضربت عملات؟ ما هكمل، هدي لك مجموعة أسئلة على بعض وجاوب على أساس نقدر نفهم يعني ليه الدرعية ما ضربتش وهي كانت في ذلك الوقت يعني مقر للحكم ومدينة كبيرة. بالنسبة لي العملة اللي هي مارتريزا، رمزية النسر ذو الرأسين، ايه الرمزية من هذه العملة وموجودة لغاية دلوقتي؟ احنا معروف عارفينها في الحضارة الإسلامية، موجودة في العصر السلجوقي بشكل كبير. كمان انا شفت ان احنا عمال نذكر الدرعية في حين خلاص الدرعية من حملة إبراهيم باشا دورها كمدينة انتهى. فضلت كمجتمع موجود في زراعة في كل حاجة لأنه وادي خصب، لكن الرياض هي اللي أصبحت العمدة أو هي الأساس أو هي العاصمة يعني. فيعني بعتقد فترة الملك عبد العزيز الدرعية ما كانش لها شأن من الناحية العمرانية أو كمركز حكم أو كذا، هي الرياض هي الأصل. وشكرا جزيلا.
عفوا أجاوب بس أجاوب بس على دكتور يعني فيما يخص هل الإمارات اللي كانت موجودة في الجزيرة العربية كان عندها تداول أو كان عندها إصدار نقدي؟ لم يكن هناك أي إصدار نقدي. There is no any striking of
coins. We have coins are striking in 215 216 till 220. They are copper coins. And these Eastern people said that this in heaven in Muscat. And the second thing, the bad things in this coin circulation is when Osmani's coins, also in Istanbul coins. The most important thing in Diriyah, in the middle of the Arabian Peninsula, these coins are completely rejected. and the circulation is with the main coins, اللي هي السيلفر coins and gold coins. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most. Thank you very much for Dr. Ahmed. I have read the title now of the lecture as a political issue, but about these coins, they are circulation of a coin from another country. I think he talked about Diriyah, and he shared that, and he, as you know, that Diriyah was completely destroyed and ruined, and the people migrate from it. He didn't. He said that I don't see just the evil, nothing. It is completely ruined and destructed and destroyed, and it is buildings and. Because some it is built with strong and Dr. Ahmed said that هذه العملات the strong coin that is used or circulated is French francs coins. The coins of France and France, I know that it was circulated, as you know, that it is from Namsa and all in the Arabian Peninsula. And if you go now to the Al-Oud market, you will find it now. It is in the balance. Real is the main coins, and there are some coins from Osmani regime. You have to understand that, or to make clear that Al-Diriyah, it is not came at the regime of King Abdul Aziz. And if you mention Diriyah, you have to say that it is the first it is from regime of Ibrahim Pasha. It is. The title is about the circulations of coins. Okay. Yesterday, you said that Diriyah has been used as stored for the goods. Before the clarification, I want you to come back to the resources and references, and thank you. These are these coins. When I said it is different from what is written, everything that is circulated in Diriyah, I took it from the resources and references and from the Osmani state and with historical resources. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The following lecture takes us through Gertrude Bell's remarkable journey across Najd and her unique role as both an observer and a contributor to British interests in the Arabian Peninsula during the 20th century. The session will offer a glimpse into her world through personal letters, diaries, and photographs. Please welcome onto the stage Professor Mark Jackson, an archaeology professor, Newcastle University.
I'm just waiting for a headset, but I'll get started. I'm sure it'll come. Oh, it's here. Good morning.
Very much for your kind welcome and for the generosity that we've received here. It's a great honor to be here. Over 110 years ago, the Royal Geographical Society in London decided that women should be entitled to be elected as fellows on the same footing as men. In 1913, the admission of 163 women as fellows recognized them as serious contributors to geographical science. One of those women, elected in February 1913, was Gertrude Bell. By the autumn of that year, Gertrude Bell was in Damascus, about to embark on the journey she made to Nejd and Ha'il, home of the al-Rashid family. Bell would be the first European to visit Ha'il for 20 years. Bell returned via Baghdad in early summer of 1914, arriving back in Britain shortly before the outbreak of World War I. To her, her journey through Arabia seems not to have been successful, but it proved subsequently to have been useful, not only for building her profile, but also the British involvement in the Middle East. Often it's asked whether she was there covertly, acting for the British government. Perhaps she was a spy. These are the questions people ask. So it's important that we look at the documents. Documents survive from that period, which help us. They help us to examine Bell's motives for visiting Ha'il, to appreciate the knowledge she gained through travel in Arabia, and to understand why that knowledge became useful to British authorities. The new context in which Gertrude Bell found herself afforded her new ways to contribute to the British establishment. So the records she created from that time, both personal and official, also help us to see how Gertrude Bell was able to act with increasing agency in a continually changing British context. Today I want to draw out the contrast between Bell's early motivations for her journey to Ha'il and the subsequent use of her knowledge, especially during World War I. What emerges is that in spite of her unofficial status, there's a gradual realization that she can be useful, and in fact that she had a unique role to play for those in Britain concerned with the Arab world during the First World War, and also for her own development. One of the points I want to make is that it was some 18 months after her return from Ha'il that Bell began working for the British. She was not immediately considered for intelligence work. Rather, her pre-war activities emerged as having a contribution to make as the war developed. Gertrude Bell was born in the northeast of England in 1868, and she died in Baghdad in Iraq in 1926. I'm just waiting for this. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So you see the red dot is Newcastle in England. This is close to where she was born in Washington. Newcastle's the home of Newcastle University, where I'm from. It's also, for those who like football, the home of Newcastle United, closely linked now to Saudi Arabia. And it's also the home of the Gertrude Bell Archive. So a few months after her death, Gertrude's half-sister, Elsa Richmond, donated her personal letters, diaries, books, and some 8,000 photographs to what is now Newcastle University. Then it was Armstrong College, this building that you can see here, which is the home of history, classics, and archaeology, where I'm based. Just a few hundred meters away from Newcastle United's stadium, St James's Park, we can hear the roars if they're playing while we're teaching. What I'd like to do today first is to say how delighted we would be if you would like to come and visit us in Newcastle, perhaps to come and visit the Gertrude Bell Archive, perhaps come and do some research with us, perhaps study with us. If you're unable to do that, then you can visit the Gertrude Bell Archive online via the Gertrude Bell Archive website. And there we've digitized over 10,000 items, photographs, letters and diaries, which you can find online. And I'm going to show you some of that material today, as well as some of the material from the Royal Geographical Society. This bust is a bust of Gertrude Bell from the Royal Geographical Society. The Gertrude Bell Archive at Newcastle has been inscribed as an international memory of the world because of its recognition of its importance in terms of time, place, and people that it preserves. Gertrude Bell had hoped to visit Arabia before 1913. Percy Cox records that she asked him for advice about visiting Hayil in 1909. He advised her against the route from the Persian Gulf, and that year she travelled to Mesopotamia instead, and then again in 1911. But in November 1913, Gertrude Bell left Damascus with a small group of men and camels. She took the route shown in the red on the map in red, returning from Hayil via Baghdad and Damascus. Her first aim on her journey from Damascus to Nejd was to record the early Islamic period buildings found along the way. So in the north, she visited places like Qaza Amra and Qaza Karana. As well as making a map of her route, she hoped to record the location of other archaeological sites as yet undiscovered by Europeans. On all her other journeys in the wider region since 1899, Bell had also recorded information about the people she met and the places she visited. These were descriptions and photographs which informed her travel narratives, and these journeys were funded by her family. Her travel books were aimed primarily at a popular audience. So books like Desert and the Sown, published in 1907, Amurath to Amurath, published in 1911, as well as her archaeological studies. And her prime aim for travelling was to conduct archaeological fieldwork, particularly recording standing buildings. Her journal articles and archaeological books were written for an academic audience. They're illustrated with maps and photographs and plans, and you can see on the right-hand side a republication of Gertrude Bell's 1001 Churches, which was originally published in 1909, and she also published important book study of Ukhaidir in Iraq in 1914. Now, we have no indication that her journey to Hayil was to be any different in its aims. In 1913, Gertrude was also made a fellow as well as being made a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, she was also awarded the Gill Memorial Prize for her many years of exploration in the geography, the archaeology of Syria, Mesopotamia, Turkey, and Asia. So, at that time in her life, the opportunity to travel to Arabia presented a really exciting new area for her to research. Gertrude Bell's field notes and 2 diaries record her journey to Hayil. One of them was kept for Dick Doughty Wiley, the man who she'd fallen in love with, and who was, in fact, a relative of Charles Doughty, the author of Arabia Deserta. The theodolite that you can see on the screen was presented to her by the Royal Geographical Society, and it was this instrument that she used to make her map when she was traveling to Hayil. One of the things I think is particularly important is this letter here, which she writes to her father. There have been questions about whether Bell was working for the British government when she travelled to Arabia. But this letter Gertrude wrote to her father on the 29th of November 1913 makes clear that this journey was at her own initiative and was to be paid for by her family. Or so her father discovered when she informed him in this telegram. She says, "Dearest father, I sent you a telegram which I fear will rather surprise you, asking you to make the National Bank telegraph £400 to my credit through the Ottoman Bank London to the Ottoman Bank here." Itemizing her costs in great detail, she explained that she would be asking for all of next year's allowance. We also see that she didn't have official permission. On the 16th of January 1914, Bell records that she was detained by the Ottoman authorities at Ziza and wrote in her private diary for Dick Doughty-Wylie, Louis Mallet, the British ambassador in Constantinople, has informed me that if I go on towards Nejd, my own government washes its hands of me. And I have given a categorical acquittal to the Ottoman government, saying that I go at my own risk. So having assured the Ottoman authorities, she was released from their arrest at Ziza. So clearly she was traveling independently, funded by her family, and also without the support of major authorities as she was leaving. On the following slides, what I've done is taken a small extract of the map that she made, and I put that at top left, and then I've included some photographs that she took during the days when she was traveling through that part of the map. And you can look these up on the website if you're interested, along with further photographs as well. So here she is traveling at Jabal Tuwaik. This is a photograph of Muhammad al-Mawari and his wife at the encampment of Muhammad Abu Tayya. The next photographs are taken at Jabal Tuwaik, between Jabal Tubaik and Kabra Masawid. This is on the 30th and 31st of January 1914 through to the 4th of February. And then here photographs taken from Kabra Masawid to Nugrat al-Hamra and at Mugharawain. These are on the 4th to the 7th of February 1914. And then she travels through Wadi Nayal, and these are photographs taken by Gertrude Bell near Wadi Nayal, Muhammad ibn Eid of the Haywatat tribe, and his people moving camp. So Bell met people, but she'd found very little in the way of archaeology. And she found the journey very demanding, physically and mentally. Overcome by a fit of severe depression, Bell confided in her diary for Dick Doughty-Wylie, "I'm beginning to wonder what profit I shall get out of it. A compass traverse across this country, over this country, which was more or less known. And a few names added to the map, names of stony mountains and barren plains and a couple of deep desert wells. For we have been watering at another today. And probably that is all." She went on, "I fear when I come to the end, I shall not look back and say that was worth doing, but more likely I shall look back and say it was a waste of time." She writes, "I wish something would happen, something exciting, a raid, a battle. And yet that's not my job either. What do ineffective archaeologists want with battles?" In other words, she sees herself as an ineffective archaeologist. She hasn't found any archaeological sites. She seems to have wasted her time, perhaps her money, and she seems to be achieving nothing useful. She's confiding this in her diary to the man she loves. This is her sort of innermost thoughts. She seems to think she should be playing a role to make a great impression through her presence. She writes, "I don't feel like the daughter of kings, which I'm supposed to be here." On the 19th of February, Gertrude Bell crossed the southeast angle of the Nefud, the first Westerner to do so, charting topographical features and watercourses. At Hazan, she wrote, "Hazan is a profound depression, surrounded by steep sandhills, and the well itself is very deep. And our well rope was 48 paces long. We found a number of Arabs watering their camels, the Anazi clan of the Awaji, who were camped near us. I watched and photographed, and they left me, though none had seen a European of any kind before." She records the topography, for example, between Jebel Mizma and Haman. I'm sorry, we've jumped along. There we are, we should be there. Mizma drops to the east in precipices of sandstone, weathered to a rusty black. At its feet are gathered endless companies of sandstone pinnacles, black too, shouldering one over the other. From here, she approached Hayil. Here we are. Gertrude Bell arrived at Hayil on the 25th of February 1914, where she spent 11 days. Before I left, I was given permission to photograph the town and the palace. I could see no trace of hostility on the part of the inhabitants, and amicable curiosity characterized our relations. At Hayil, she stayed in the summer palace of the Emir Mohammed of the Rashids. But there she encountered a problem. I brought with me a letter of credit, £200 on the Rashids from their agent in Damascus. She says, Ibrahim refused to honor it in the absence of the Amir, and if I had not sold some camels, I should not have had enough money to get away. She concluded, since I have no money, and I can do nothing but push on to Baghdad, but at least it's consoling to think that I could not this year have done more. I could not have gone south from here. The tribes are up, and the road is barred. Ibn Saud has, so we hear, taken the Hazza and driven out the Turkish troops. So in October 1926, in the obituary he wrote for Gertrude Bell, D.G. Hogarth explained points made clearly in Bell's diaries. She'd planned to pass on into the dominions of Ibn Saud and to see the southern provinces, then unvisited. But this plan didn't suit her hosts. Therefore, even if Bell's intentions were exploration, the local people were conscious to mitigate any risk that she might have posed to them. And she was therefore obliged to return home, and she did that via Baghdad and then Damascus. Finally, returning via Constantinople, where she spent some time talking to the British ambassador, Louis Mallard. That was in May 1914. Shortly after her return to England in July 1914, Bell published a 2-page report on her journey for the Royal Geographical Society. In that report, she noted the authority of the Rashid has diminished since 1893, when Baron Knowles visited the Emir Mohammed. No European has been at Hayil since that date. In the interval, the star of Ibn Saud has been in the ascendant, and he is now, as far as I can judge, the chief figure in Central Arabia. Bell's impressions from that journey were thus the most recent information available to the British at a critical moment in world history. After her return, Bell was in discussions with the Royal Geographical Society about having a map prepared for her journey. This was something she would need for a lecture that they would like her to present, and that lecture was planned for November or December 1914. And it would be written up in the journal, the Geographical Journal, for which she'd already contributed an earlier paper on Euphrates. On the 29th of July 1914, Bell wrote to Kelty at the RGS to offer to come on Thursday, the 6th of August, and she was going to work with a draftsman on the maps. Less than a week later, the First World War broke out. So on the 4th of August, she wrote that she would not be coming to London. Oh, here we go. She would not be coming to London because of mobilization. And she says in the box up here, it looks as if maps of Arabia must give place to more pressing matters. So she sees the outbreak of war as more pressing than producing a map of her journey to Arabia. She next offered to visit the RGS on the 21st of September. Kelty's reply differentiates the draftsman work for the War Office and notes, with reference to her maps that she'll need for her talk, we must keep the Society's work going. So we see that Kelty's making a distinction between what the draftsmen are doing for the War Office and the other work they do, which is for the Royal Geographical Society, which is where her maps come in. So at that time, they weren't seeing her map as useful for the War Office. After her first visit to the RGS, finally she made it on the 4th of November. She replies on the 6th, with regard to her lecture, Arabia can wait, can't it? She says she's got more pressing things to do, because on the 23rd of November, she left for Boulogne to serve in France, working with her friend Janet Hogarth, David's sister, for the Red Cross, where she was involved tracing the missing and the wounded. Still, the Royal Geographical Society were hoping they'd give her a lecture. Freshfield talks about that in the Geographical Journal at the end of 1914. But the fact that they let her go and work for the Red Cross, the fact that she was not doing that work on the maps and they weren't expecting her to do that, shows that at that point it wasn't really significant. Freshfield, the chairman of the Royal Geographical Society, notes that she and Shakespeare, however, had returned from Arabia, and he says both with stories to tell of that fascinating, mysterious region now brought within the sphere of active politics. We hope to have the pleasure of listening to Miss Bell before Christmas. So clearly it seems to be an interesting thing for them to hear about, but perhaps not as important as it was going to become. On the 10th of April, 1915, Mr. Hinks from the Royal Geographical Society writes to Bell, who's in London, to ask if she'd deliver her paper. And she replies that she's working 7 days a week, from 9 a.m. to 7:30 in the evening, and she's working for the Wounded and the Missing Office, and she couldn't possibly give a lecture to the RGS. But she does say she's grateful to a Mr. Ashley, who's a map maker, who comes to help her to prepare her map for her lecture at one point. But she says, could she give some money to the Royal Geographical Society? So clearly she's still considering this to be her work that she's paying for. Then comes the change. And you see it here. Look, Arabia can wait, can't it? She's still thinking this is something that's not important at this moment. But then this is the change. This is the important bit. This is in August 1915. Bell writes to Hinks to inform him that she's received an article on Hayil from a man drawing up a gazetteer of Arabia for the India office, who were responsible for the British work in this part of the world. She says it's very good and needs little amendment, but he has not yet got the latitude, the longitude, or the altitude. And I have no time to look up books. Could you send the particulars to him? So what she's saying is, and you can look at these online, that all her notes from her map making, the latitudes, the longitudes, they're all in her notebooks in the Royal Geographical Society. Could they please send her those send this man those details so that he can complete his work? So suddenly her work is becoming unique and it's becoming valuable. Mr. Hinks writes back to Bell to let her know that the Royal Geographical Society are working up her observations and those of Captain Shakespeare, and he says, we may be able to finish the map of Arabia, which has been in hand for some time. So that's August 1915. So suddenly the map data has become recognized as important. Bell was called to Cairo in November 1915 by Hogarth to join others, including T.E. Lawrence, Gilbert Clayton, Mark Sykes, working for what was to become the Arab Bureau. She writes home, I'm helping Mr. Hogarth to fill in intelligence files with information as to tribes and sheikhs. Several other people in the office who are old friends are here. Mark Sykes, Captain Woolley, Mr. Lawrence. Oh, we're jumping around. Sorry. Oh, gosh, what's happening? Okay. So at this point in the work, Gertrude had done the work that Gertrude had done to record her journey to Hale, and the work that Shakespeare on his own journey had done, was taking on a new significance. It was at this point in the war that Bell's information was actively sought by the British. She went to Cairo, and she explains how she's working to fill in these I'm so sorry. In February 1916, the RGS president, D.G. Hogarth, Colonel Headley and others were discussing the preparation of a map of Europe and the Middle East. Recorded in the minutes, Hogarth explains that he hopes to take out the map being prepared of Arabia by the Royal Geographical Society to Cairo. The Cairo Intelligence Office intended to use the Royal Geographical Society map of Arabia for preparing their own map for the Admiralty Handbook in the War Office. So the map of Bell's travels was now taking on a new significance. Her work in Arabia and Mesopotamia now was well appreciated. Here you can see the minutes of that meeting, this special committee on maps. Hogarth says, we will say it's not the Admiralty, but the War Office. They merely want to use those sheets from the Royal Geographical Society map, which Gertrude Bell and Shakespeare have plotted. So they're going to take on that map for their own purposes. For her work for the Arab Bureau in Mesopotamia was well appreciated. Indeed, both she and Hogarth were proposed for the Royal Geographical Society for royal medals. Hogarth was the recipient of the medal in 1917. And then in early 1916, Bell went to Basra. She writes, home, I do know these people, the Arabs, in a way that's not possible for any official. In Mesopotamia, working under the India office for Percy Cox, it was important for Bell that she was useful, filling in maps and understanding. But she quips, none of these people from India know Arabic, and what that means in an intelligence department, I leave you to guess. But while the bar may have been low, Bell made herself indispensable in Mesopotamia. She continues to work on maps. She notes also, I do know these people, the Arabs. I've been in contact with them in a way that's impossible for no official, and it's that intimacy and friendship which makes me useful here now. Hogarth noted after Bell's death, but perhaps the most valuable result of that stage consists in the massive information that she accumulated about tribal elements, ranging from the Hejaz Railway on one flank to the Sirhan and the Nefud on the other. And he continues that Miss Bell became, from 1915 onwards, the interpreter of all the reports received from Central Arabia. The result of Gertrude Bell's journey to Hale was to be much greater than she had originally imagined. Her aspiration to map unexplored landscapes and to locate and describe archaeological sites left her largely unfulfilled, but the resulting war meant that the information she gained gave her an influence beyond that usually attributed to those of her status and gender. Her new identity gave her increasing agency in British context. This was an identity that she actively sought. The more official records lend credence to the view that Bell, although not supported by British authorities on her initial journey, did collect information that was subsequently to be of considerable significance during the war. This information did not only provide British with intelligence of use during the First World War, but also provided Bell with knowledge that she was able to exploit actively to her own benefit, initially in Cairo, but subsequently more particularly in Mesopotamia, following the Cairo Conference in 1921. This influence can be traced back to her journeys as an independent, unofficial traveller before the tumultuous events of World War I. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Professor Mark for delivering such a thought-provoking lecture. To the audience, does anyone have any question
Oh, thank you.
they would
I'm
like
sorry
to
about
ask
the
Professor
slides.
Mark? Yes.
Oh, it's a question.
Yes, I'm David Awad from Lebanese American University. Thank you for a fascinating presentation and amazing storytelling as well. My question is not a question, it's like wondering what drives a woman like Gertrude Bell to tackle on a journey like that in 1913? It sounds completely unreal and surreal.
It's
Anything in her notes, in her journals, that shows the initial objectives or intention to do that?
It's a really interesting question. She goes from being something like a traveler in 1899 when she visits Jerusalem for about 7 months to becoming much more consciously an archaeologist over the next 15 years. She writes about becoming a person. I think she wants to be recognized as a person for something. Her archaeological work gives her an identity. She writes, and those popular writings are often dedicated to particular people. So she dedicates one of her books to Strigalski, The 1001 Churches. He's the foremost academic working in Turkey at the time on early medieval buildings. She dedicates her book Amurath to Lord Cromer. That's a more political book. The Turks at the time are rather unhappy with some of the things that she was writing. But there she's sort of seeking almost an affiliation with Lord Cromer, who, in fact, he was the chair of the anti-suffrage league, the people that didn't want women to have the vote in Britain, at the time when she dedicated her book to him. So she's kind of making allegiances with people. So I think one of the reasons she's doing this is for the thrill of it, and the thrill of discovery, which was why she was so upset when she hadn't found archaeological sites in Arabia. But I think also it's the recognition and the identity. This is the period of the heroic exploration. You know, Scott has just died trying to find the Antarctic. Shackleton's about to take his trip to the Antarctic. So this is the heroic age, if you like. And she was one of those people, and she was one of those first women, you know, given the Gill Memorial Prize in 1913, that year that all those 163 women became fellows for the first time. And a few months later, that same year, she's off to Arabia. You know, they don't know the war is going to break out. She's there to make a name for herself. So I think that's what's driving her. And because her father was this wealthy industrialist who'd made all his money in iron in the northeast of England, he could pay for it. He had the money to indulge her.
Thank you so much, Professor Mark. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, I would like to offer my heartfelt thank you to Professor Mark Jackson for delivering such a thought-provoking and enlightening lecture. To move forward, والاستكشاف الأهمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية لتجارة الإبل في الدرعية خلال العصر الحديث، نقدم لكم المحاضرة بمشاركة الدكتور مشعل الشمري.
أتقدم بالشكر لهيئة تطوير بوابة الدرعية التي تعمل على تطوير الدرعية وإبراز تاريخها في شتى الجوانب. وما نشهد اليوم في ملتقى الدرعية الدولي ما هو إلا أحد ركائز رؤية المملكة بقيادة عرابها ولي العهد ورئيس مجلس الوزراء الأمير محمد بن سلمان. كما أتقدم بالشكر لكم والامتنان لحضوركم واهتمامكم. أقدم لكم هذه الورقة العلمية بعنوان تجارة الإبل في الدرعية في العصر الحديث، استعرض بها عدة محاور.
Aspects. First, the aspects which contributed to camel trade, and then the markets, and then the purchase and sale of camels, and then the decision by King Abdulaziz to ban the exports of camels. There are some effects: the geographic location, the political aspect, the social aspect.
الدرعية الجغرافي على ضفتي وادي حنيفة وصحرائها الواسعة أثر في وجود الكثير من رعايا الإبل، بالإضافة إلى موقعها على طرق الحجاج كغيرها من بلدان العالم للقادمين من الأحساء وحجاج الفرس والعجم من ذا القدم. وبعد أن أصبحت الدرعية عاصمة زادت أهميتها فأصبحت محطة مهمة
Diriyah, and it makes it an important venue for this trade. And a lot of this was documented in the diaries. They settled in it about 17 days, these caravans. The caravans depend primarily on camels, and they made sure that they are not going to exhaust camels in these long journeys. Diriyah became a center as capital of the state. The students, sheikhs and traders all came in to Diriyah, and this necessitated the imposition of security measures. Ibn Bishir highlighted Imam Muhammad ibn Abdulaziz ibn Saud, and this necessitated the importance of preserving this trade and this, and if someone kept these camels with him without without declaring them, then he will be punished. Then these camels are preserved, and herdsmen were appointed to take care of them. These camels were there in the Bedouin areas and the urban areas. This policy contributed to the welfare of the camel trade and make it quite prosperous. The other point is the Diriyah market. After Diriyah came the capital of the Saudi state, it became a quite influential commercial center to which traders and commercials come from different parts of the Arabian Peninsula. Wadi Hanifa is located here, and the traders are on both sides, on the eastern and the western fronts, and the different districts are scattered around the Hanifa Valley. And then traders come from different neighboring countries as well to sell and to buy camels. As we said, Dr. Abdullah Al-Mutawwa mentioned all these aspects. As we have just mentioned, in the Diriyah market, the Diriyah gained an eminent place and status regarding those who come on and converge on this market from Yemen, Tihama, Oman, and Syria and Iraq. The security control was very important, and it played a great and significant role in the prosperity of these camel trades and caravans using camels. The Swiss traveler highlighted that the bandits used to thrive in the high area, and because of these security measures, the thefts was reduced, because the caravans are quite apprehensive that their camels might be taken away by thieves and bandits and gangs who traverse these areas. The other point is buying and selling camels. The sources highlighted this as local and trade. The Bedouins come to sell their camels in the Diriyah market because it is neighboring. They bring their camels to Diriyah, and after that, bartering takes place. They exchange their camels for dates, coffee, and the rest of the other commercial products. There are some veterinarian shops scattered, and these crafts and professions are quite spread because of the existence of camels. Some of them bring their sheep and their camels, and then these caravans traverse the different areas because they move from one area to another to sell their products and buy other products. Also, in Diriyah imposed security and stability. One of the pilgrims was robbed for 10 coins or reals, and he wrote to the ruler to the Imam,
أرسل رجاله إلى حلال السارق وكان 70 ناقة
and then the Imam sent his men and took 70 camels from that thief as a punishment.
إلى أمير الزوير وأمر
And
بأن يرسلها إلى صاحبها في ناحية العجل
and he was asked to send it as to the man or to the pilgrim who has been robbed.
السارق قريبة من الدرعية.
So this acted as a deterrent for other thieves and robbers.
ومن طرق عملية البيع هي بيع إبل الزكاة.
The other thing is to sell zakat camels.
أنه من ضمن مهام موظف
One of the professions of the employees is to take care of and to supervise the selling of zakat camels, and this quite has quite an effect, an impact on the trade of camels regarding the tribes and the populations surrounding Diriyah area, and this thrived. This
ومن صور البيع بما يخص
the other forms of selling
ومن الشواهد على ذلك حينما أصدر قاضي الدرعية
when the Diriyah judge
محمد الدوسري
الدوسري
عام 1372 هجري إلى أمير الدرعية محمد بن ناصر
1372 Hijri issued
الذي قضى بتسليم عبد الله البريدي
Abdullah
180
Brady
ثمن البعير الذي اشتراه
was handed 80 riyals for the camels
والشراء من اختلافات
the bought from him.
عادة ما ترفع إلى القاضي للفصل بين
These problems usually were referred to the judge to issue verdicts and sentences on them.
حتى يقوم
The issue,
لهيئة النظر الخاصة به
the judge does not issue his verdict until he presented the case to the committee in charge of camels. If the camel has some defects, maybe one blind eye or anything else, this will be taken into consideration.
وإن شراء الإبل
The also buying camels.
وإنما يقوم سكانها بشراء الإبل من البلدان المجاورة
With the other point is that camels are bought from the neighboring countries as well.
1371 إلى الأمير سلطان بن عبد العزيز
Emir Prince Sultan ibn Abdul Aziz
تفسحه بالتعليم إلى مراكز المحافظة
issued a decree on generalizing the
حضرة سمو
standards of the standards governing this.
دام الله وجوده أنا يا خادمكم اشتريت 5 من الإبل ليلة الجمعة
I bought 5 camels on Friday night.
طقت البل من يدي وأنا رجلي جهة الشمال ولا لنا فزعة سوى بالله
And these camels were robbed from me. So, would you please make a circulation to the other centers to help me get back my camels that are stolen?
عن تجارة الإبل المحلية
The,
نأتي بالحديث عن التجارة الخارجية
after the local trade in camels, now we come to the foreign or external trade regarding the other Arab countries involved in camel trade.
كلهم متمولون أي أغنياء
Most of these people or traders working in camels and caravans are extremely rich traders and people and businessmen.
وهو ميناء اليمن
It is one of the Yemeni ports
تشتري منتجاتهم
bring their products here,
ثم بعد
and
ذلك تبدأ عملية التبادل
uh, and then bartering takes
شراء ما
place.
يحتاجونه من سوق النقود
The Yemeni traders buy
أما ابن
camels from Diriyah
أثار في
and
حديثه
exchange them for coffee and other products. Ibn Bishir also highlighted these aspects and included camels and horses
يشير إليها
and exporting them to other
واليمن
to Syria, Egypt, and
صاحب لمع
Iraq.
في نوع التصدير وإن كان حديثه
Even though he talked generally about this aspect, he included Aleppo and Syria,
للأسفار والغربة والمخاطر
and they endure all the risks involved in this trade.
ويذكر الأستاذ الدكتور
Professor Abdullah al-Mutawi also highlighted these points in his research.
في حديثه عن رواية الريكي في مثل
He talked about a Reiki novel or narration
حكام الدولة السعودية لا بد أن يشاركوا فيها سكان العاصمة
that the Saudi rulers shared these concerns with the local population. The other point, the fourth point, the last one,
ما قبل الأخير عن أسعار الإبل
this is the one point before the last, regarding the prices of camels and their descriptions
عليها الباب
as shown in the
أسعار الإبل قبل قيام الدولة
there is no mention of camel prices before the establishment of the Saudi state.
ابن بشر في السواق
Ibn Bishir mentioned this
125 حينما
1825.
الأسعار في هذه السنة
He said
والفاضل 5 حمليات إلى 40
from 5 to 40
عملة تساوي
regarding the coin at that time.
أما في عصر الدولة السعودية الثانية فقد أشار الرحالة بالقريب
Belgrave,
الذي زار الرياض في عهد
who
الإمام فيصل بن تركي
visited Riyadh in Faisal bin Turki,
رعايا الإبل التي
mentioned the prices.
قائلا ويتردد متوسط ثمن الجمل
The average
25 و30
from 25 to 30 shillings at that time.
الفرنساوي طبقا لسوق النقود
Regarding the
أي أن أسعار الإبل بين 5 إلى 6 ريالات فرنساوية
from 5 to 6
ريال الأسود
French reals or Spanish reals.
عام 1262 مبلغا
20,
بقول
1223
هذه السنة
23
أما في عهد المؤسس الملك عبد
during the King Abdulaziz,
الوثائق التي
the founder of the Saudi state.
لاحظ أنها كانت أرقاما دقيقة جدا
The prices of camels were accurate and quite specific,
قبل البت فيها إلى هيئة النظر
which were referred to a certain committee to decide
صادر من قبل
their prices.
من الجهود عام 1366 للتحقق من قيمة
1366
جاء ردة
the prices were mentioned as well
45 ريال
to be around 40 Saudi riyals.
ابن خثيمة في وثيقة أخرى
Another document mentioned
صادرة من قاضي الرياض
the prices,
جاء ردهم
their
القاضي حضرت الناقة المذكورة ونظر
the specified
كانت عملية تثمين الإبل
she camel came and we decided its prices.
ذلك حينما أوصى قاضي الرياض في قرار
Riyadh judge also, Muhammad bin Salim, also specified that the prices of the two camels should be specified.
نظر أنه قد حضر عندنا عبد الله بن سالم
Abdullah bin Salim came to us. This is a committee.
قدروا البعير الأصفر ب 250 ريال.
The yellow one was for 20, 50 riyals, and the other camel was 150 riyals.
والناقة 100 والجمل يتراوح من 150 إلى 250.
So the average prices range from 100 to 150 riyals. So
وبما أن أغلب تجار
most
العجلات
traders involved in the camel trade in the Arabian
كثيرها خارج
Pe-
المملكة العربية السعودية
Peninsula export them outside the Arabian Peninsula. However, the decree by King Abdulaziz was primarily aimed at preserving the heritage of camels and to keep them inside the. So in 1948, he issued a ban on exporting camels outside the kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
توجيه من الملك
So the direction by King Abdulaziz, Abdullah Suleiman al-Hamdan, under this direction, bought all the surplus camels in order to keep them inside the kingdom and not to be exported. We witnessed great attention by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, paid great attention to camels, and they developed this camel sector, and different activities and venues take place for the prosperity and development of the camel trade, as looking or going in the footsteps of the founder, King Abdulaziz. And there are many activities which highlight this great attention paid to the camel trade and to preserve and pay attention to this heritage. And thus I finish my presentation regarding the camel trade in Diriyah, and peace be with you all.
نعتز بمشاركة الدكتور مشعل.
Thank you, Dr. Mishal, for your contribution.
استمتعنا في الحقيقة بمحاضرة
We
قيمة
enjoyed
للدكتور مشعل.
this
وزادها جمالا المكانة التي تحظى بها الإبل
presentation,
في نفوس
and
الجميع.
this was highlighted by the status and the great importance of camel trade. And after that, the Hijin competitions, and they received great attention. And my question is regarding the camels and their importance in the Islamic State since the era of Caliph Uthman ibn Affan, and then in the first Saudi state, this also gained momentum and attention. We also know that the ruler used to ask the people who have stray camels to publicize this and to help them get back their stray camels.
عليها فيها صنف يشم معنى الجبلي الطير، لكن الأطفال والصنف
Do you have anything about the stray camels and how to help people get them? In fact, I do not go into the issue of stray camels. I certainly will research this point and give you any new information regarding the stray camels or lost camels from their owners. Hopefully, I will provide you with an answer. Thank you, Dr. Mishal Shamari. I am specialized in historical monuments and archaeological sites in Yemen and Egypt. I was surprised when I delved deep into archaeological or architectural heritage. I test the importance of the markets in this regard. So the archaeologist's domain in this aspect is somewhat sensitive. The other point, when you talked about the prices of camels and the travelers who came from Algeria, even though there is a short description of description on and what he wrote about Diriyah, he talked shortly before the destruction of Diriyah, talking about the knights and those who camel riders and horse riders. Also, he met this particular traveler, met one of. Yes, I have a reply. Dr. Abdullah Al-Mutawwa, Professor Abdullah Al-Mutawwa mentioned this in his research about Diriyah. He mentioned Ibn Bishr. He was a tall man, and this was also confirmed by the Hajj Hindi traveler, and he met him in the market. He mentioned that the market takes place on Wednesday. Abdullah Al-Mutawwa also discussed Al-Taya Al-Halabi, the Aleppo man, but He said Najd does not know the local markets scattered around, but he mentioned Al Qatif and mentioned the surrounding areas of Diriyah. Regarding the memoirs of the Indian pilgrim, 1332 Hijri, the pilgrims go to buy and sell during the Hajj season. It is this highlights that these markets are seasonal. After 8th of Safar, that means one day after this, the traveler mentioned, our Abdullah Mutawwa mentioned what regarding the seasonal. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mishal.
ندعوكم الآن إلى اكتشاف بعد جديد للتاريخ والذي يتجسد في صور واللوحات والخرائط والأشياء المادية وغيرها من المصادر المرئية بتقديم المستشارة الثقافية الأستاذة
غادة المهنا is next presenter. Peace be with you all. I'm very delighted to be here. First of all, I would like to thank you all for attendance. Let us go into first let us give the English speakers.
With photography and images and visuals. But before we go into the topic and before we dive into it very deeply, I want to explore with everyone what visuals are. I've been studying visuals for the last 4 or 5 years, and I've always found visuals very, very fascinating. And after 2 years of studying the subject, I've come to personal conclusion that visuals act in a certain way. So visuals are visuals as mediations construct reality that rather than reflect it. So when we look at an image, instead of the image being a mirror to the real world, the image basically builds the ideas in our heads and kind of gives us an idea of what concepts are and what, let's say, ideas are, how do we see things in the world. And so visuals act as mediations by constructing the reality rather than reflect it, and they act as tools for conceptualizing and organizing the world. And at the same time, they preserve memory while projecting cultural and historical meaning. Visuals also act as punctum and studium, and I know you might be wondering, what is punctum, what is studium? Studium is the cultural, political, or social meanings intentionally communicated by photographs. So for example, we see PR campaigns done by institutions, by governments, by so many other companies and so on. That is studium because they want to send you a message through the visual. And punctum is basically the unintended detail that pierces the viewer, invoking emotional understanding or an emotional perspective and response. So basically, like, let's say a spontaneous image that goes on the news, and I'm sure everyone's been following the news lately, and there has been an explosion of imagery on social media that is really evoking so many emotions. And visuals as, let's say, a way of seeing really capture moments that provoke thought and emotion and shape your perceptions by framing what is shown and omitted. So when we look at an image, we can first of all deduce what the photographer is telling us, what the photographer is paying attention to, what are the details that they want to relay to us, what are the stories that they want to tell us, and how we can, let's say, take information from these images. So as an example, we have these two beautiful images, and I am definitely sure this is evoking a lot of emotions in the crowd at the moment. So the image on the right is taken by Dorothea Lange. It's called Migrant Mother in 1936. It was taken in the United States. And the photograph on my right, your left, is taken by the Italian photographer Illo Battigelli in the Eastern Province in 1948. It is called The Bedouin Mother. And when we look at these pictures, we can tell both photographers unintentionally sent the message of motherhood, of struggle, of dealing with difficult social norms or dealing with situations in their reality. When we look at when the photographs were taken for both of these women, we understand the social constructs of both of these, let's say, countries or situations where the photographs were taken. So Migrant Mother relays the time when, in the US, there were so many migrants in the 30s, and they were really taking their time to assimilate into the society, and so that's why this photograph really evokes a lot of emotion. And for the Saudi public, this photograph, it really touches everyone because it kind of reminds everyone about their mothers, their grandmothers, the stories that we were told about the struggles that our own families went through before all of, let's say, the development occurred in the country. So this would be, in my opinion, counted as part of visual history. And so what is visual history? Visual history is the representation of historical events, periods, and themes through visual means such as photographs, paintings, illustrations, films, infographs, and other visual media. Visual history often intersects with art history, media studies, and other disciplines. I mean, yesterday I was so excited about the whole seminar thing, and I loved how everyone had photographs in all of their presentations. And so even archaeologists, even let's say social humanities departments and studies, they all use imagery to make a point, to prove their perspectives, and to kind of relay their messages faster so that the viewer can completely or immediately understand what is going. So I'll give you an example. This is really, truly one of my favorite photographs. It is a photograph of Eid taken in Riyadh in 1946 during King Saud's time. May he rest in peace. And the reason why I love this photograph is, first of all, you can tell that the photographer saw this kind of wall and he was standing above it, and he really wanted to take a very artistic photograph, but at the same time he was really capturing a lot of things in the photograph. So the first thing we can deduce is that the development has started and it's going full forward. Why? Because we see the cars. The types of cars brought in, the types of cars that are parked outside, these are modern cars. However, we can also deduce that the development is still beginning to start. Why? Because at the very end of the image, you can still see the old structured buildings of Riyadh still standing. So we can tell that this is the time, okay, end of 50s is when the city of Riyadh really started or began to change. We can also look on the side of the men and let's say see how they're standing immediately. We can tell that they're preparing for Eid prayer because the caption from the photographer said Eid al-Fitr, and that was about it. So I, as someone who looks at this photograph, can deduce and say, okay, this image really has, was taken right before the prayer started, or maybe even after, and they're done and they're all going back to their cars and so on. So why do we need that? You know, after me going through all of this and explaining what the visual is or what does it hold, why do we need visuals? Well, it's for material culture and environmental, to understand material culture and environmental interactions. So images really preserve manifestations of human culture, rituals, and practices. It gives us a holistic understanding of, let's say, how things developed over time, how these behaviors are kind of created and how these group dynamics are reported on, because the reality is no matter how much you write about a society or a community, it will still not be enough. It will not relay the practice. I can explain to you as much as possible the cultural dances in Saudi Arabia, but if I show you an image or if I show you a film of it, you will understand it a lot faster than if you read a text saying, he raises his hand this way and he turns that way and he does this or he does that. The third reason of why we need visual history, why do we need it, is authenticity. So records, unfortunately, sometimes can be biased. And so even when you read a report written by an Orientalist, there's always a doubt where you think, well, is this completely true or not? I don't know if it is. But for me personally, as someone from Saudi, when I see these images, I am able to identify certain things from my culture that the photographer probably did not even see, that the photographer probably did not even care about at the time, that the photographer really didn't, let's say, pay attention to. And so that is why it's really important to have visual history. So what can we learn from the visuals? Well, we learn material cultures and interactions, so we can see clothes, buildings, architecture, anything that's, let's say, physically touched. We can see how it happened and how it interacts with the environment. We can understand social dynamics, rituals, and beliefs. So how do people pray? What was important at a time? You know, we all know that the country was conservative at some point of time. So when we look at images, what let's say, motives of conservatism was practiced in the country during a certain period of time. We also have the evolution of culture and the passing of time. So you know, we are very lucky right now to be developing at a very fast rate. And our country has really, we're very blessed with this, has developed in a fast rate. And we tend to forget what we had before when we go through these developments. So it's very, very important that when we look at these things, we understand and compare and analyze how this evolution occurred over time. Oh, sorry, no. Okay. Okay, so how do you approach reading a visual? Well, you try to understand the motives and the meaning. So when you look at a photograph, you look at what is available. Sometimes the simplest mark in a photograph can open like a Pandora's box of information and really astound you with all these, let's say, details. It helps to place a visual in their temporal framework. So I know this image was taken, let's say, around the 50s. I read a book about the development of Saudi in the 50s. I can place this image with the text written by a historian, and this room is filled with historians, you know? And so it is really, let's say, a collaborative work of providing an image to kind of create the perception in your mind, to build this let's say, reality in your mind to understand what has happened. And we also examine design details, so the colors, the materials, the craftsmanship. And this to us indicates daily life, social status, and of that network. So this is now my favorite part. Now we're done with all the, let me put it this way, all the boring stuff. I just wanted to tell you everyone how we go through this, but now is the fun part. So now we'll talk about the material culture. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Aren't these photographs beautiful? They are so beautiful. The photograph on the left, the photograph on the left was taken in London in 1927 and on October. And the photograph or the illustration on the left or on the right is of Imam Abdullah bin Saud, the final Imam of the first state of Diriyah. What can we deduce from these two photographs? These two men are members of the royal family. This is what we know. What we also know is they still dress somewhat similarly. It's interesting that we are able to deduce that from that time, which is 1818, at the time of the death, at the time that the illustration was made, till 1927, there's been a lot of development in types of clothes and styles that happened. But at the same time, we're able to deduce that there has been, let's say, an embrace of fashion. There is a sense of fashion within the family, that there's a lot of the types of fabrics that are shared, the types of, let's say, the bish that is worn. I know that the image on the left is not colored, but because it was taken at a time when we still have some of these clothes, we can tell that it was either black or brown or any of the colors that exist today. And then when we look at the image on the right, we can say, okay, that was a type of bisht, it was a certain type of color, it was a certain type of style. So it's interesting that that developed from that to this. And at the same time, when we look at this today, I mean, look around the room. Is anyone wearing this type of shmagh? Not really. Even in winter, I mean, we are in December and it is winter. So, you know, that's another sense of development where there is some sort of unification of style amongst the men in the country, where this type of shmagh doesn't really exist so much, but is very unique and is only worn in very specific types of incidences. There are these two images. The image on the left is of Her Royal Highness Princess Hafsa bint Salman. The image on the right are gifts from King Abdulaziz, may God rest his soul, to Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1945. When we look at these two images, we can deduce the style that was prominent in Najd in the past. We can try to understand that there was a sense of color, there was a sense of, let's say, detailed embroidery. There is an embrace of style. This exists within the royal family specifically and within the people of Najd generally. So when we look at these two, we are able to kind of extract this kind of information. And at the same time, you know, the way the dresses are overlaid in the pictures, it is very fascinating to see, personally for me, to see the orange piece on the purple dress, where it just shows you the added, let's say, style onto the clothing, which to me personally deduces that there was such an important value placed on paying attention to the minute details of clothing in the past, that the sense of style was so important privately that it was taken very seriously. We can also tell the sense of Diriyah, you know, through manuscripts. Maybe we don't have images of Diriyah from like the first Saudi state or the second Saudi state, but what we do have are manuscripts. What we do have are carvings on the walls. What we do have are things that exist. And so when we take a look at these things, we identify patterns. We see that let's say the circular pattern is important, the flower shape is important, the way it was styled, the colors that were used, all of these hold lots of value for the people of Diriyah. And so we can deduce in a way and think, okay, so if they had valued the color orange, was orange in the clothing of the women? Did the women wear orange in their pieces of attire? Did they include it in their day-to-day life? They used it in the manuscripts, so is it really hard to believe that they had used it also in their pieces of clothing? This is another manuscript. It's very beautiful and very detailed. And to be very honest, very surprising, because for the longest time, people really believed there was not much of a visual culture in let's say, Riyadh and Diriyah and Najd as a whole, that there's not much of a visual culture, that there's not an appreciation of arts and beauty. But this really defeats all these arguments by saying, why would someone spend so much time sitting on a book, drawing these manuscripts, and paying such articulate detail to the colors that are used and to the, let's say, the style of writing? I mean, listen, I'll be very honest with everyone. I've seen really bad handwriting in my research, and when I see stuff like this, it really makes me think someone must have written this 5, 6, 7 times so it comes off this beautiful. And that is such attention to detail that it really reflects the importance of beauty in the city of Diriyah. This is one of my favorite illustrations. It was made by Harold Dickinson when he visited Riyadh in 1937, and it is of the Murabba Palace on the inside. Now, what can we deduce from this photo? I'm sure someone's going to be like, well, Ghada, this is not Diriyah, this is in Riyadh. I'm like, yes, that's very true. However, we know that the royal family left Diriyah and based themselves in Riyadh and built the city of Riyadh. This is their style inside their homes. This is something that they took from their homes in Diriyah and took it to them with them to Riyadh to kind of continue. So we can immediately deduce from the style that they have really paid such articulate attention to the beauty of the inside. Like, I'm sure everyone, when they look outside in Riyadh or in the older buildings, they think, oh, they're all brown, they're all beige, they all just look very simple like the mud houses. But the surprising fact is that the beauty on the inside is very highly valued. So what does this tell you about the society? The society values private life over public life. Public life is momentary, however, private life is always consistent. So my private life needs to be very beautiful because I deserve to see beauty all around me. Yeah, that's basically it. So also just the using of the colors, the patterns. I mean, this one is also based off of an image. So there's an illustration and an image of this. So this is kind of, let's say, imagined in a way. Images can also tell us a lot about social dynamics. So this is, I'm gonna keep saying a lot that this is my favorite photo. Like, I have too many favorite photographs. So the photograph at the time in this performance, we don't see a flag, but now we do. And so the performance as such has developed. We see other things. We see how more touches of the royal family is included in these kind of performances. Unfortunately, I do not know when this is taken, and I do not know who the photographer is. However, what I do know, it was taken in Diriyah. You might ask, what social practice can we deduce from this image? Well, if you notice, the young boys are wearing bishts. And today, I mean, look around you. Is anyone wearing a bisht right now? That's a development we can deduce and we can immediately sense and we see. Bishts were part of the daily life 40 years ago. People would go out in the city, the men would go out into the city wearing bishts, and today Bishts are reserved for only certain social practices such as weddings, official events, and openings such as yesterday. Yesterday when the seminar was opened, we saw some of the men coming over wearing bishts. So bishts have now kind of an elevated status in the Saudi community, whereas before it still had an elevated status, but it was seen as a daily practice to be worn. You can also think to yourself, okay, then why were they wearing the bisht? You can look at the thobes that the young men are wearing. Again, I look out into the sea of white thobes in front of me. They're all very tailored. They all look nice. Keep in mind, this society likes to look nice. And so maybe the thobes weren't very well fitted. Maybe the button was a little off. Maybe the tailoring was a little off. So the bisht kind of covers it up. You still look nice and classy as you go out into the street, and you still hold this value to yourself and to others that you look nice. We can also see practices, certain things that have developed over time. So this is an image of the Saudi cavalry from the first Saudi state, and this is a picture of the National Guard in the 70s. So we can see how the clothing's kind of developed. They're still all riding horses, thank God, but at the same time, we can just find the interesting link between them. There's always, let's say, a certain doubt of these illustrations from Orientalists, and I completely understand that, and I completely sympathize with that. However, these images still hold a lot of value because we are able to take them, decipher them, and try to understand what is true for us and what can we leave on the side and say, I mean, that's a bit exaggerated. That wasn't really what happened. We can also look at evolution. This is a photo of Diriyah in 1918, taken by John Philby. And I mean, I know it's not a very clear image, but we can still see some of the buildings. And I know I cheated a little bit. This was an image in the presentation, so I just kept it. This is part of the new developments in Diriyah. This is let's say this is one of the palaces that was renovated, and we can immediately see that was not renovated, that was not fixed, that was the state that the buildings were at in the past. However, this is what it is today. And so it really helps us understand, okay, what are we able to preserve? What are we able to kind of continue to the future? And what are we able to kind of, let's say, keep within our society, how things go. Yeah. I don't know where that thought was taking me. We can also see what is kind of brought into the project. So I personally know that that in the DGDA projects, when they try to create new interactive, let's say, areas in the region, in the city, they always look at old photographs. And this is always so fascinating because you really need to understand and see, okay, I want to build a new building. I want to do something really creative and really nice, but I do not want to let go of my authentic culture. I still need to push forward, but I don't want to forget my ancestors. So what do I have? Photographs. So no matter the text I read, I still need a photograph to look at to understand where can I go, how do I develop further. So after this fun segment of images, how do we extract these photographs or methods of extracting photographs? Well, looking at different cultures really help, Najd is affected by regions surrounding it. Najd is affected by countries surrounding it, and Najd is affected by cultures surrounding it. So when we look at different cultures, we are able to decipher, okay, this piece of fabric I know came from India, and I know this was woven in Najd. So I know the value was placed in the type of fabric, and I know that my people were traders, and I know So it just adds a little, let's say, interpretation and kind of a unique system of understanding how things develop. There's also, let's say, an anthropological context into reading images. So when I look at an artifact, personally speaking, I must avoid ethnocentric perspectives, meaning from Arabs, only Arabs. This attitude does not work. The reality of the world is that it's always moving. Humans move. This is the nature of humanity. And cultures move. And one of the things, we as Arabs really pride in is that we are a trading culture. And so it is very natural that a trading culture consistently exchanges, not just material things, but also social practices. So maybe, I like a certain type of bukhur that I smelled in Oman, and the Omanis only use it. But I'm going to take it, and I'm going to use it in Najd. And then 50 years later, it's part of a Najdi practice. So do I say, no, that's a different type of culture, it's not mine? Or do I say, no, it started from there, but then I later adopted it, and it became an integral part of my society. So it's very important to understand how this kind of developed and happened over time. We have to also, when reading a photograph, acknowledge that there's an observer looking or taking the photograph. The reality is, in Saudi Arabia, that most of the photographs of the past were taken by people not from the region, period. They were taken by, I don't want to say outsiders, they were taken by observers. So when Ilo, for example, in the very early images that I shared, when Ilo Battigelli took the photo, in 1948, he saw something. As an Italian who was very far away from home, who was in the desert, he saw something and he took that image. And he wanted to relay a message to either people back home, because he kept sending images back to his family, or he wanted to understand how the Saudi society is, And so obviously when photographers take an image, they take a bit of themselves and place it in the image. So the framing, the lighting, the way they even, let's say, develop the photographs. Some of them choose to do it today digitally, some of them want to stay analog. And so that means something. That means something, so that's why it's very important to, let's say, look at it to understand why the image is as such and what can we learn from it. So it's also very important to visualize a timeline. So I'm going to just do a basic example. This is like the timeline of Diriyah. I know this is not, Diriyah has a lot of history, so I just kind of like crunched it up in a few little timelines. So we have the early settlements, the founding of Diriyah, the siege, the 20th century preservation, and today. And I want to take the siege of Diriyah. You start collecting images. You start grabbing as much content, visual content as possible to kind of reflect to you what was happening at the time, even if it was someone observing what was happening from the outside. This is so important. So, for example, the image on the far right, this is of, it was recorded at least, is of Imam Abdullah bin Saud in Cairo after the siege. So we can tell, okay, by the dress, by the outfit, this is quite accurate in a way. However, maybe the setting is not very quite so accurate. And personally speaking, this is where it's so viable and important, the role of historians come in. Because as a visual researcher, as much of content we pull out, as much as analysis we make, we need historians with us to tell us all the details of the history of all the happenings of the time, to have us really understand what happened, why are we here, what is going on, and what is true and what is not. So again, for example, the image on above is during the fight. And the artist probably really wanted to evoke emotions in the observer. So, we see a soldier holding his mate, his friend, as he continues fighting the Ottomans during the siege. So what are the key takeaways? Because as much as I enjoy this and as much as I love talking about photographs, I know we're very limited on time. The key takeaways are visuals are mediations of meaning and emotional resonance. They give us this kind of feeling and understanding, or let's say a shocking understanding of how life was in the past or in the present. Visual records can be used as tangible evidence of daily life, social structure, and historical shifts. And one must combine insights from other fields of sciences when looking at visuals. So my work would have no value if it weren't for the historians, archaeologists, social scientists behind this work, relaying, correcting the information, adding their own input. History and culture is a collaborative work. This is something that is very important and very viable. And to extract visual narratives, symbolic analysis of context and analyzing design are a way of approaching it. Now, I want to just leave you with one final question to everyone, because we're here today, we all see the cameras moving back and forth and taking pictures. And this is the question I want to leave with is, what stories will future generation uncovers from the visuals of today?
Thank you so much, Ms. Ghada. What a beautiful lecture. I'm going to turn towards the audience right now for any questions.
أولاً اعذروني أنني لم أعتد على أن أسأل وأتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية وأنا في بلدي، ويحضرني بيت الشاعر: إنما المرأة والمرء سواء في الجدارة، علموا المرأة فالمرأة عنوان الحضارة. أشكرك أيها المتميزة غادة المهنا. حقيقة لغة، أداة، ثقة، شجاعة، مضامين جميلة جدا استطعت أن تؤديها وأن توصليها إلينا نحن الذين نستمع إليك بشوق، ولو حاضرت إلى آخر النهار لما مللنا يعلم الله. حقيقة سمعت عنك الشيء الكثير من أمك سعادة الأستاذة الدكتورة فوزية، وعادة الأمهات يبالغن حينما يذكرن الأبناء، لكنني وجدتك من خلال هذه المحاضرة متقدمة على ما ذكرته أمك بمراحل. حقيقة لا أملك إلا أن الدعاء لك بأن يحفظك الله وأن يحرسك وأن يزيدك من فضله وأن ينفع بك وبعلمك. أنت والله فخر هذا الوطن، وشكرا.
فهد الدامغ، أستاذ بقسم التاريخ والحضارة بجامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية. أثني وأؤكد على ما قاله أستاذنا الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد الزيلعي: محاضرة جميلة، جميلة بمضامينها، جميلة بالصور التي عرضت فيها، جميلة بالعرض الرصين الاحترافي السهل الممتنع الذي أسعدتنا به أستاذة غادة. أتفق معك تماما في أن التاريخ المرئي مهم جدا ويجب العناية به. أتفق معك تماما أن الصورة تأتي في مقدمة منظومة المصادر التاريخية، بل أقول، وهذا يعني اتجاه لدي وتأكد مما سمعته منك، أنها من أقوى المصادر وأصدقها. في نظري أنها أقوى من الوثيقة. المؤرخون يقولون لا تاريخ بدون وثائق. الصورة أصدق في التعبير عن الواقع. كما ذكرتي، الصورة يمكن أن يخرج منها بحث يتحدث عن الملابس، يستخلص منها المستوى الاجتماعي والاتجاه الثقافي وغيره كثير. يعني صورة واحدة يمكن أن يكتب عنها بحث. فيه سؤال فرعي: هذا كلام وقد رأيت اهتمامك بالصور التاريخية للملك عبد العزيز رحمه الله.
importance.
دار نقاش بيني وبين زملائي.
There is a dialogue between me and my colleagues regarding the previous lecture. Then, do we have a photograph for King Abdulaziz or riding a camel? Do you have this photograph, clear one? Have you seen this such photo? And thank you. In fact, I don't have this particular photograph at present, but I have confidence, since we are exploring this area. Let us, many people came, photographed us and went. I'm quite confident after a long period of time, maybe a certain museum might present this particular photograph you are asking about.
جميل. طيب أنا عادل خميس من متخصص في النقد من جامعة
عبد الحميد حميد.
أريد أن أواصل.
I do not want to extend my it is a marvelous presentation. Of course, you are touching on a sensitive issue, which concerns us as historians, writers of history. And there are certain indications regarding the building of memory and updating that memory. Regarding us, our work as historical critics. This is a very important issue, and I'm quite fascinated by your presentation regarding the historical aspect and the importance of visual images. In this regard, we highlight the importance of memory. The love on the land is one of our visual perspectives. Thank you, Mr. Adil. I am just an individual, but as a community, each one has his own perspective of reality. This is the reality. On an individual level, I see that I have a role to play in the public arena. It entails the responsibility of the historians as well, each one in his own specialization. From an individual perspective, I pay attention and great attention to photographs and visual images. However, the visualization and perception differs from one person to another. And thank you. Thank you, Ghada.
Do give me a round of applause for Ms. Ghada for
Thank you very much for your marvelous presentation.
The next session delves into the role of horse breeding, trade, and their cultural significance in Najd and Arab society during the 19th century, as seen through European perspectives.
this one.
Titled The Arabian Horse in 19th Century Najd, Trade, Tradition, and Cultural Significance, the lecture will be presented by Dr. Daniel Golbowski, a researcher. The next session is titled The Arabian Horse in 19th Century Najd, Trade, Tradition, and Cultural Significance. The lecture will be presented by Dr. Daniel Gilfowski.
اوكي هذه معه
Assalamu
لم
alaikum.
تكلم.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just check if everything works. Okay. So it's a great pleasure of being here today with a distinguished audience such as yourselves, and I'm coming to Diriyah with a very specific topic, which is on the Arabian horse. And I remember when I came to Riyadh for the first time, I went to At-Turaif Museum. There is the Arabian Horse Gallery, which showcases the vital role of the Arabian horse in Saudi culture. And it was particularly interesting to me because I'm coming from Poland, where we also have a long tradition of breeding the Arabian horses, especially in a place called Janów Podlaski, where the Arabian horses were assembled in the start. And thus, today we will discuss the profound role of the Arabian horse in the culture of the Arabian Peninsula, and specifically in Najd. But there were a couple of questions which guided my curiosity, I would say. Oh. Sorry, there is a... Okay, so there are 3 questions I will try to answer with you today. The first question: was there a common practice concerning negotiation, sales, and breeding of horses in Najd in the 19th century, despite the diversity of tribes living in this territory at the time? The second question: did the Arab people's relationship with their horses had only a pragmatic dimension, or was there more emotional aspect of this relation, such as respect, love, or a sense of loyalty? And the last one, we will look at the and at the same time the Arabian horses breeding and practices around it in a manuscript with over 400 full color illustrations. And during his travel, he was admitted to 13 tribes and was reputed to have received the title of Emir. Another book by Lady Anne Bland, A Pilgrimage to Najd, the Cradle of the Arab Race. Lady Anne Bland was mainly traveling together with her husband Wilfrid. She was a granddaughter of Lord Byron, and her reports or travel logs, they offer insights into the aristocratic desert life and their experiences with sheikhs and emirs. She also undertook the endeavor of writing a book which contained a wealth of information on the Arab horses, but sadly she didn't finish it. Her daughter did, Judith, and it was later published under the title of The Authentic Arabian Horse and His Descendants. And sadly, sorry. And sadly, there is a third book I wanted to discuss today, but I'm afraid we don't have enough time to do it. It's a diary of a journey across Arabia, from El Hatif in the Persian Gulf to Yambo in the Red Sea during the year 1819 by George Foster Saldier. It is very culturally very important work, but unfortunately, I won't be able to present you with its content. However, trying to answer the first question of the practices, negotiations, sales, everything what was a part of horse breeding culture, let's call it, I found a couple of most interesting passages, both in the books of Rzewuski and Lady Blunt. And now I want to highlight these passages to you so you sort of move with me back in time and see how it was in the 19th century. And at a certain point, I also want to go through with you through 10 points of buying a horse from the Bedouin tribe, from the Bedouin camp in the desert, as it was presented in the book of Emir Wacław Rzewuski. But the first, so here we can see on the top and in the middle, Lady Anne Blunt, and then on the bottom we can see Emir Wacław Rzewuski, and this is one of the maps which was drawn by Emir Wacław Rzewuski. He was very talented when it comes to drawings. Keeping and breeding horses according to Anne Blunt. So in towns, she says, or she said, there was a false notion that the oases such as those in Jebel Shamar and Arid are spots especially adapted for rearing the horse, and that the sandy areas outside these oases have no pasture. It was actually very reverse. In the oasis, people kept no animals except a few camels used for walking the wells, and a couple of donkeys if it happened. And even these, which were kept in the oasis, they were fed either on corn or dates, which only rich people could afford. So horses in the oasis were a luxury reserved only for princes, and even the richest citizens, they did their traveling from village to village on foot. Now, in the Nefut al-Kabir, on the other hand, Nefut contained pasture in abundance, not only for camels, but for sheep and horses. And in Nefut, all these were bred. Now, I have to make a disclaimer here that Lady Anne Blunt was the first European woman to visit Khail and to meet personally Mohammed ibn Rashid. Therefore, she gives a lot of information on how the horses were kept in Khail. And she says, for instance, that Mohammed ibn Rashid went every spring with the bulk of his livestock to the desert, and he left them there for a part of the summer with the tribes, and only a few animals were reserved for use in towns. And then she further develops on how the horses were kept, and it was very disappointing for her. And she goes explaining that they are not sheltered in any way, but wear long, heavy rags fastened across the chest. They are chained by one or more feet to the ground and wear not headstalls. In wintertime, ungroomed, they were all in the roughest possible condition, and has been mentioned our first impression was one of disappointment. They are fed almost entirely on dry barley. In the spring, only for a few weeks, they eat green corn grown on purpose, and then are taken to the Nefut. It is surprising that they should be able to do their work under such conditions. But then, she says, we made the mistake, too common, of judging horses by condition, for mounted and in motion, these at once became transfigured. So, apparently, it turned that although the conditions in Khail were not the best to keep the horses, according to her, the horses in motion became completely different, and they were typical for its race, I would say. Then we, Lady Anne Blunt, she makes some notes on maintenance and education of horses. And she says that the management and education of horses in Nesht differs a little from what is elsewhere in the Arab world. But she was surprised to find that in the place of the Bedouin halter, the bit is used at heel. At first, we fancied that this was an imitation of Turkish manners, but it is more likely, she says, to be an old custom with town Arabs. Bad as it is for the mouth, it is certainly of use in the fancy riding. But among the Bedouins of Nesht, the halter alone is used, not the bit. She also explains that racing is not that popular anymore, although some tradition of training remained, and they've got from one of the Bedouins a recipe for rearing the colt. And it goes along these lines. If you would make a colt run faster than his fellows, remember the following rules. During the first month of his life, let him be content with his mother's milk. It will be sufficient for him. Then, during 5 months, add to this natural supply goat's milk as much as he will drink. For 6 months more, give him the milk of camels, and besides, a measure of wheat steeped in water for a quarter of an hour and served in a noseback. And this recipe further explains how to rear the colt, summarizing that at 3 years old he should be trained to gallop, then if he be of true blood, he will not be left behind, yalla. This is how this is summarized. Then one very last thing, which is important one, I believe, especially where we are right now, is how Faisal ibn Saud got his start by the end of the 19th century. And Lady Anne Blunt explains that every Bedouin we have asked has laughed at the idea of there being a special Najdi breed only found in Arid. In answer to our questions, we were informed that in Faisal's times, emissaries from Riyadh were constantly on the lookout for mares wherever they could find them. The tribe from which Emir got the best blood, the Hamdani Simri and the Kahaylan al-Krush, was the Mutayr, sometimes called the Duskhan, while the Beni Khalid, Dafir, Shamar, and even the Anazakh supplied him with the occasional specimens. Now we can proceed to Wacław Emir Rzewuski, who explained a couple of aspects of breeding the Arabian horses. And one of the most important for having a perfect or ideal Arabian horse is the atmospheric conditions. And he says that atmospheric exposure poses no threat to the horse's skin and lymphatic system. You can be convinced of this by examining the quality of the coat and skin of the horse. The way the Bedouins fed and watered their horses, Arabs water their horses only when they are well rested and after urinating. The latter is a sign of them that the noble animal has recovered in balance. With the nutrition and with the food, it becomes very much interesting. He says at the beginning that the nutrition of Arabian horses is simple. It's barley, camel milk, palm juice, dates, and slices of pastirma, which is the dried camel's meat. Barley is served at sunset, camel milk in the morning and evening, palm juice during the horse stays during the horse's stay in the tribe, dates on the journey, pastirma on the road on the journey, and in several tribes of Hijaz, palm juice is part of the feed, camel meat dried in the sun, and food and generally devoid of water. That was an important aspect of it. But he also explains that sometimes even the crickets, the dried crickets, were served to the horses. And he recalls Herodotus, who reports a noteworthy thing, that during the expeditions, the Paeonians were in the habit of feeding their horses with fish. And that all means, according to Rzewuski, that a horse can get a variety of food. And this observation applied during the time of Rzewuski in practice could give the light cavalry greater freedom of maneuver in war. Now, we will slowly proceed to purchase process. I will first explain what Awja is, and that will make more sense once I talk about Al-Hamza, because that's, but anyway, Awja is the certificate of nobility. So any Kuhai lands which did not belong to Bedouins, they had to have provided with a Awja certificate, as they were not descendants from the original race, but they were only ennobled by crossbreeding. And then Václav Emir Rzewuski also explained from which tribes it is the best to buy horses. And amongst them, there was a Banu Tamim and Ruwalla, which are particularly interesting. But when it comes to Banu Tamim, he says, the Abd al-Wahhab followers, a Bedouin branch of the Banu Tamim, breed usually excellent and perfect horses. The number of mares and their offspring has increased considerably because for more than 87 years, the contribution from all the properties of Bedouin tribes following Abd al-Wahhab have been paid in kind. In this way, the number of valuable horses has multiplied. And then he also explains the other tribes, which names you can see on the screen. The Ruwalla tribe breeds horses which are perfect in every respect. They usually camp in the area of mountains Shamar. They rarely go near towns. And the last part of that slide is the purchase of the horse. And that became extremely interesting for me. And I believe that together with Emir Rzewuski, we will be able to, as I said, go back in time and try to purchase together with him a horse on a desert. So first thing is where to buy a horse. I already said in the desert. Why not in towns? Why not in the settlements at the edges of the desert? He explains that Bedouins are entering towns on dromedaries or with horses of very bad quality. Why? Because they are afraid of governors, mutasallims, who often take their horses by force. And the best horses, the most beautiful specimens of horses are always staying with a tribe. They were never taken into the city. Therefore, we should always go to the desert to buy the best horses, he says. Also, there was another thing that people in towns were afraid to go to the desert to buy horses. In Aleppo, there was one person who was specializing in buying horses in the desert. In Damascus, in the 19th century, 2 people were specializing in it. But okay, let's say that we want to leave the town towards the desert and buy a good horse over there. So what do we need to do? First of all, the first step is to secure the financial resources. And in towns, we could do it through the bankers, but we had to get only one special currency which was accepted by the Bedouins. It was Spanish colonnades, or Spanish dollars, it was also called. That was the only currency which was accepted by Bedouins. And the quality of coins was very important, because if the quality was poor, Bedouins would not accept it. Then the second step was to secure infrastructure and equipment. You have to rent a stable in the town, a temporary stable. Grooms, buy burley sacks, horse covers, all the equipment which you need to take care of the horses. And then, before you depart, you need to have a Bedouin guide who will lead you to the tribe. And the guide is responsible, or he was responsible, directly to the tribe, which guaranteed the safety of the money and the buyer, but unfortunately didn't guarantee a safety against attacks of other tribes, which was quite often at the time. But let's presume that we already made it to the camp. We are in the desert and we want to buy a horse. This is where further challenges start, because first of all, the buyer has to gain the reputation of knowledgeable person who talks about the Najdi race with respect. If it turns the other way around, that the buyer is an ignorant, the Bedouin, the owner of the horse, will start refuting everything what the buyer wants to say, and he would say bosh, which means nonsense, or fahl, futile. What happens at the beginning? The Arabs will show the horses which are in very poor condition. And the whole game is to refuse the purchase in a way that is not offensive. Otherwise, it will thwart the whole undertaking. The way we need to choose the horse is by walking around the camp and looking indifferently at the horses which are not shown to us. However, you cannot look at them for too long because owners do not like it. But you can always ask if you can buy a horse, because that would flatter the owner. And this is where the price negotiations may start. So asking the questions, may I buy the horse? And the owner says, he doesn't say yes or no. He says, how much do you give? And here you have to have a lot of sense not to offer too little, which would imply that you don't know much about the value of the horses. And the Arab never gives the price he demands. He lets the sum increase with a movement of his head refusing until it reaches the amount he has in mind. And we have to remember that the initial offer is never accepted. Now, once the price is agreed, there is another step. The buyer is sitting on the ground and he counts the sum in Spanish dollars. No one interrupts him. When he finishes, the seller and his friends, they sit around the money, passing each coin hand to hand, and they inspect each one to ensure that it is in a good condition. Once they agree that the condition of the money is good, they start counting, which was an endless process, apparently, because the disputes arise. One is counting with the fingers, the other one is using different measures. They reject the value. If there is one coin more or less, it is disrupting them, and they start all over again. But once the counting is finished, the Arabs take the money and hand over the reins, pluck a few hairs from the horse's mane, take some soil to wrap the horse, and then give it to the buyer. And that was the custom, to do it that way. There was one more risk with all the money counting procedure. If an alarm was raised during the counting, the Arabs would leave the money on the ground, mount their horses, and you may never see the horse you intended to purchase again. But let's presume it didn't happen. And now we have the one further step, a secret to the horse swift running, or the fastest run of the horse. So at the buyer's request, the seller takes the buyer aside, and they are hidden under the cloak, and the buyer reveals the secret to the horse swift running, which was a gesture or a word. We don't have a time for me to tell you more about the purchase of mares, which is even more difficult because the buyer had to make sure that the mare's womb is free, etc., etc. But what is important here is that also sold horses and mares were handed over to the buyer saddled and bridled, along with all their equipment and also a lance, if the seller, or rather the horse, possesses one. The lance belongs almost more to the horse than to the man. Again, I don't think it's a fun fact, but it's there was a news spreading around the camp that the transaction was finalized, and everyone was gathering to admire the horse as if they had never seen the horse before. They were starting to tell the stories about, the heroic achievements of the horse and the horsemen. So this is the moment where the purchase must be moved as quickly as possible to a temporary stable, as in the momentary excitement over the horse, the Bedouins may decide to reclaim it and return the money. And the moving the horse from the camp to the city to the temporary stables is also a difficult task, only for the entrusted person, which has to be equipped with a sufficient amount of money to be paid in case they are stopped or detained by another Bedouin tribe along the way to the temporary stables. So even if he's not stopped and the ransom wasn't paid, we have to believe to the person that it was paid, we want to pay it, and it is still worth it to leave the sum to the person who carried your purchase to temporary stables. Now, one of the last steps of buying the horse is moving from the city to the port, which was also troublesome. Jaworski says, purchased horses, having arrived at the stables in the chosen city, aroused the curiosity of horse enthusiasts, who in this region are almost everyone. This becomes a new attraction, as being a Christian, one cannot refuse to show the Kuheilan to the believer. Sometimes the authorities do not permit the transport, requiring a bribe to be paid. At other times, a gathered crowd opposes the departure. There are even instances where someone maliciously stops the transport in the street, claiming one of the horses was stolen from them and attempting to recover it. All of this is just to extort money. Well, one must pay and pay again. Upon reaching the port at the Syrian coast, it becomes relatively straightforward to load the horse onto a ship. The people of the coast and the local authorities, thanks to the trade context, they showed greater kindness and assistance in finalizing the transport. And this is where I finish answering the first question, and that was the longest part of my lecture. This is the second question. So did the Arab people's relationship with their horses have only a pragmatic dimension, or were emotional features such as respect, love, or sense of loyalty also present? And I will answer this by giving you an example of the competition of Saudis and Rashidis at the time when Anne Bland was present in Najd. And she says that at the time, Mohammed ibn Rashid was not only the most powerful of Bedouin sheikhs, but the richest prince in Arabia. And as such, he had better means than any other of acquiring the best horses in Najd. And that was because the possession of thoroughbred mares and horses is always among the Arabs a symbol of power. And with the loss of their supreme position in Najd, the Ibn Saud have lost their command of the market, and their stat has been allowed to dwindle. Sorry, okay. Now, when it comes to Wacław Rzewuski, there was more symbolic aspect of, I would say, of that relation between Bedouins and the horses. So Rzewuski enlisted 50 different names of horses, and the naming of horses reflect not only their physical attributes, but also their character traits. So, for example, Hisan, a very beautiful horse, or Zail, the famous, noble, magnificent horse, or At-Taif, a horse fighting to win. And for religious traditions related to the horse, and this is where Al-Hamza, which I already mentioned before, steps in. For religious reasons, the Bedouins consider 5 breeds to be the best and grant them superiority. These favorite breeds are called Al-Hamza and are believed to descend from the 5 beloved mares of the Prophet Muhammad. Many breeds are traditionally considered to originate from Al-Hamza, and this is Saklawi, Kuhail, Manaki, Jilfan, Abu Arkub. Among many Arabs, Saklawi was considered, aside from Abu Arkub breed, the most valued of the Hamza. Abu Arkub breed were considered to be faster. The horses were considered to be faster than mares, which is pretty unusual because normally the mares are considered to be the fastest and tireless horses. Javousky elaborated on the temper and character of the horses, and he says that from the birth, the horse is accustomed to live with the humans. He's allowed to enter the tent freely of the Bedouin's family. The children are petting the horse. So it developed an astonishing submissiveness and intelligence of the horse. And the first of these qualities, according to Javousky, stems from the noble blood from which the horse descends. And the second one, the quality, comes from the perfection of body organs, resulting from the fortunate combination of breed and climate. The horses are described in a very humanly manner. So Javousky, for instance, says that they become jealous. They can easily become inaccessible to strangers. They continuously demonstrate their high intelligence. And he even writes, he gives an example that he used to have a horse, Maktabat al-Wahabi, which showed greater jealousy when he petted another horse in his stud. And he was very satisfied when Javousky rode him, and under him he would walk with a pride. But he also recalls what Bedouin were telling him, and he says that Bedouins believe that the horses possess the ability to foresee and avoid roads and could bring death or misfortune to their masters. They are also taught to sense poison in a given liquid. They are said to indicate favorable and unfavorable days. So all of this is concluded by Javousky that I believe that in many cases they owe their reputation to a fortunate fate. Impressive tradition and attachment to these noble animals have contributed to creating and maintaining such an opinion. The purity of Najdi is a trait owed simple to the delicacy of its organs. The Arabs attribute their breed as being blessed by the heavens. They also say that the Najdi Kuhailan never steps in impurity and it is a pure animal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel.
Yes, and then, okay, so just to conclude, I believe that because we don't have the time to answer for the third question, I only had the time to went through these 2 books I wanted to present to you today. There is much more. One of them is the one finalized by daughter of Anne Bland, and also Mr. Palgrave. He traveled extensively to Arab Peninsula and Nejd. And then, so what should be done is to, the research to further compare the content of these travel logs. And another thing is how did all these practices, customs and traditions projected until today? Is any of them still kept and used? And that would be useful just for the future reference. And thank you so much. Sorry for the
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel, for an insightful exploration on the practices of selling Arab-bred horses.
Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Daniel for his insightful exploration of the shared practices in horse breeding and trade, and as well as a deep emotional, practical bonds between Arabs and their horses during this period. We will be having a break, and we will be returning at 3 for a panel discussion that is titled Historic Markets, Diriyah and Najd's Impact on Saudi Regional Markets. Thank you so much.
test 1 2 check mic بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم check 1 2 test 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 mic check 1 2 check check بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم check 1 2 test 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 1 2 test mic بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم check 1 2 check 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 mic بسم الله بسم الله
In the name of Allah, we are honored to end this workshop with this workshop which will be about the Najdi, the impact of Najdi markets and framing the Saudi regional markets. So let's welcome our guest.
رئيس قسم العمارة والعلوم البناء.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zaina. Welcome everyone, and this is the So today, I think this is the first time for being here, and I think this is a first time to participate in a forum. So we are honored and happy to be here as well. So our idea, which is one of our duties, is to do the research, and it should be made by the students, and it has to be in the same theme and according to the Saudi Arabia, and the subject, it should be related to the Saudi Arabia and focus on the Najd. So first, these are the main topics that we will talk about. So it will be 5 markets around the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it will be compared with the other markets as well. And we will show you the results that we reach. So we're doing it in the scientific way. So there is a book talks about the buildings and how it's and what's the difference between these buildings in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in the south, west, north, and east as well. So so the main things that we have, it's our first time to do this research. Number 2, which is it's a combined work between the students as well in the department in our university. So now I will let Muhandis, the engineer Mahmoud, to speak more about the topic, and then we will go through the different speakers as well. So today we will talk about the Najd market, starting from just a quick brief about it. Then Najd is this. It's like in a great location, and of course there is different cities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like Najd al-Sharqiyya, and of course there is different, like al-Sharqiyya wa al-Gharbiyya. So of course each country and each city is sits with the
والمواد المستخدمة المحلية هي بشكل عام الطين والخشب والجص، كذلك الحجر في الأعمدة والأساس، وتأثرت كذلك بالقيم الدينية، ولذلك نلاحظ قربها من المساجد والأسواق. كما نلاحظ عندنا في الخريطة منطقة نجد وموقعها بالنسبة للمملكة. ننتقل الآن لأقدم سوق في الدرعية. هو وقف سبالة موضي. مسجد وسبالة موضي أحد أقدم الأوقاف في الدولة السعودية، ويقع في قلب حي طريف، وتضم السبالة غرفا للتدريس والنوم والإطعام والتخزين واسطبلات لأواد دواب القوافل التجار، ومسجدا. وكان البناء خلال الفترة الدولة السعودية الأولى التي انطلقت قبل 300 عام، وقد تم إعادة ترميمه في 1439. وهدفه هو إيواء التجار والزائر والمسافر والمحتاج وطالب العلم. طبعا يشكل الموقع مركز متميز يحيط به جميع القصور والمدخل الرئيسي لحي طريف، وكذلك وادي حنيفة والجامع الكبير. طبعا هو موضح بشكل رقم 4 في مخطط حي طريف القديم كما موضح في الشكل. ننتقل من الناحية المعمارية أو الدراسة المعمارية. يوضح لنا الشكل موقع مخطط الدور الأرضي لإسبالة موضي، والذي به المناطق التالية: منطقة السبالة اللي موضح باللون الأصفر، منطقة الخدمات والحركة الرئيسية باللون الأزرق، منطقة المسجد اللي باللون البرتقالي، وكذلك منطقة الحجرات أو الدكاكين. وما تعرف عليه سابقا الحجرات المتواجدة على الجانب باللون البنفسجي كانت تفتح وتستخدم كمحلات دكاكين كما هو موضح، ولها مداخل تم إزالتها تاليا. وهذه هي الواجهة والدور الأرضي، والذي يتكون من غرف النوم والطعام، كانت تستخدم كسكن للتجار الرحل، وخدمات أخرى كالمطبخ والمجلس والتخزين. طبعا كما نلاحظ في الواجهة كان يوجد بها فتحات وأبواب تم إغلاقها، والتي تدل على وجود أسواق أو دكاكين في السابق. وهذه الدلالات التي كنا عرضناها في المخطط السابق، طبعا اللي باللون الأحمر.
So as you can see now in the red color, which is the closed door, and it was with the bricks, and you can see here the hall, which is the wood, and it shows you that this is the place of the markets in the previous. And as you can see now here, some shapes and some halls as well. It shows you there is some light in the market, and as you can see the smoke of the fire. And now we will go through another market, which is one of the famous market in the Najd, and it was in 319 Hijri, and it's called Suq Zal, which is a Zal market, and we have 1 and 2 of the market, and there is Hijr market near to the Azal market. And now we have the old map of the Riyadh. This is a Safa square, and now you can see Al Hasawi market. And there is a Musam market, and at the end you will find a huge area, and shows us that there is a huge goods for the market. And now we are moving to different stages of the Azal market. So there's the 3 stages of Azal market. And we show you the first stage, and now we will show you the second stage of the Azal market. And as you can see now, the third market of Azal. So these pictures. And this is the last picture of the this is the last location of Azal market, and it shows you the Al Qaysariya market as well. And now you can find the elements of the buildings. So this is Azal market in the second stage. So at the end of the road, you will find the square, and this is a small map. You can see it. You can see the way, and it will end into Al Haraj market. And as you can see here in the market with the red color, the elements of the building. And as you can see the woods and the doors as well. And also these just pictures of Al Khayatin and Al Kharrazi market as a dressmaker market. So these elements, building elements of the old Najd market. And Al Qaysariya market, called that because it's a description of the building. So there's different Qaysariya market, Qaysariyat Ibn Qaysariyat Abd al-Qadir, and there is other names for Al-Qaysariya, and it's located in Riyadh. So there is al-Majabib, which is the thing that lie on the above of the shop door. And here are some results. So these 2 markets is in a very good location. And they have the same shape and building design as well. And of course there is shops and markets, and then later on you will find out there is a mosque as well. And there is Modi Sibala market. Of course it's in Najd, but in a different place. And we recognize that before 300 years there is some markets as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attending. Thank you for attending. Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is the first part of the 5 out of 5. So we speak about the Najd region and the main 2 markets as well. And now we are moving to Al-Sharqiyya region. We have 2 markets, 2 famous markets. one of these are just established in earlier, and the other one just the new version, or a new version of the market. And of course, the element of the buildings like windows, doors, and the woods as well. Thank you, Mr. Asim. I'm honored to be here as well. So we are happy to speak more about the elements and speak about the building elements and the markets as well in the Sharqiyya region. So we will say that Sharqiyya is the main, it's not only the main, it's the largest region in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now we will speak about the Qaysariya market, and it's one of the historical markets in the Sharqiyya. And there is a Quds market, and Al Qaysariya market go through 3 stages as well. Starting at 1000, let's say 1822. So as you can see in the picture, this is the first stage, and the second stage, which was 1918, and of course it developed, and it was developed. It's according to the King Abdul Aziz that time. And of course, we're trying to keep the building elements as well, and just to develop it and establish just a little bit of establish some shops as well. And now we will speak about the building elements in the Sharqiyya. So as you can see on the walls of the shops, before it was built by let's say in the field of the grass and something like that, with the mud, with the thick walls. So the ceilings was built with the woods and the mud, and it will protect us from the heat as well. And there is some holes for the air. And in Al Qaysariya, there's some pieces like a square one, here it's a video for travelers in that time. These the 3 steps, or three steps of the developing of Al Qaysariya market. In the year 2002, there's some destroyed things in Al Qaysariya market. But of course, by using the same materials, we built it again. The second market, Al-Agir, the historical Agir. It's one of the oldest markets in الشرقية. And there is, let's say, it was one of the most important market because it's near to the ports. And of course, there was some deals with the India country and other countries. And it's so we can define it as a significant building, like the. So the walls was built with the rocks because it's near to the sea, and the ceilings was made by the saf. And as you can see in the picture, the windows was very small and very high, so to avoid the air from the sea and the wind from the sea. And now we are speaking about the Al-Agair market. They using the materials from the earth, like the tree and so on. And here you can see in the picture the steps of the developing the Al-Agair market. Thank you so much, Engineer Nasser. After we review the central and الشرقية region, we're going to the north with Engineer Fawaz, and it will be in the same, comparing it between two markets. Thank you so much. So Shamaliya, which is north region, located in the north of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and according to the buildings, it was there's the materials that used in the buildings to make the buildings. It was with the things of natural, something around the area. So Burzan market, it's an old one, and it's for more than 80 years. So it's called Burzan market because it's significant between the other buildings. So you can see it from far. And you can see now there is a shops surrounding the main area, and so it's called Burzan market. So because it's Burzan market, it's a high and a huge market. So it's a multiple use, and it's contained with the as you can see now, the shadow, and they the one who buy the goods, they showing the goods outside of the shop, showing it as a showroom. And as you can see now, they are using the shapes, which is the triangle. Sorry, they are using the rectangle shape to show us how tall is the doors and how it's high. And they are using the materials from natural. And you can see there's some shapes that drawn on the walls and drawn on the in the walls. There is no windows. And here, as you can see, the sides of the Barzan market. And here's some of the details of Barzan market. And you can find and you can see the highest of the Barzan. And now we will speak about Najm market. It's located in Tema. It's one of the cities in Tabuk. It has some of the main elements of the buildings. If you see it, you can say that it's similar to Najdi market and the Najdi, yes, in the Najdi buildings as well. So they are similar, and there is 2 floors. And here, as you can see, the sides of the Al-Najm market, and surrounded with the farms. And they using the rocks and the mud, which is a natural material. And here, as you can see, some of the building elements. And here you can see the square. So Al-Najm market, they didn't develop it, and so as you can see, there is a place for the prayer. And as you can see, the similarities between these 2 markets, they're using the natural materials, and with the spaces. Thank you so much. Thank you, Engineer Fawaz. And we speak about the Al-Najdi, Sharqiyya, and now we will speak about the Shada Baghdadi. Today we will talk about the markets in the Al-Hijaz. So it's in the western region, and it's involved into it with which is Al-Hijaz and Mecca Al-Mukarramah. So we will start about the things that affected on the Jeddah market. So Jeddah is near to the Red Sea, and Mecca, it's near to it. Rashidi Uthman bin Affan in the year 6000, there is this market, which is Al-Alawi market. So they're using the wood and they're using the materials from the natural. So the wind in that time, it was from the north, and it's affected to the buildings. So of course the buildings in Jeddah was affected by the wind. And so Al-Alawi market was located in Jeddah. So after they declared that there is a Jeddah country, and as you can see in the gray color, this is Jeddah, and Souq Al-Alawi was in there, which is a historical market from the western to the eastern area, and it's still we're still keeping the building as it is, as you can see here now. As you can see here, we have the main road, which is from the west to the east. And you can find out the seats in the sides of the road. And the first floor of the market was for shops, and the second floor was for the residents. So they're using a white material to paint the building, and the windows, it was like a so it was a tall one, and they're using the closed if they want to close the window, you can close it with the wood. And the ceilings was with the materials of natural materials, was related to the palms and so on. Now we are moving to Al-Ainiya market, and we will speak about the things that affected to the building. Yathrib, Yathrib city, which is Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara, and it gives it has the important yes, it has a very important let's say it's a very important market because it's in the Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara city. So, and of course they are using the same materials, and it's near to the, it's not near to, but the prayers, after they finish the prayer, they going to the market. And there is Al-Manakha market, and it was only a free area, there is no shop. So after that they just build some shops. And now as you can see, this is Al Manakha market. So it's from it was established since the Prophet Muhammad. And as you can see, so it's this it was 450 meters, as you can see now. In the red you can see Al Manakha market compared with the Al Madinah Al Munawwara city. So now it's not in here. So it's not here anymore because they expanding the Al Madinah Al Munawwara mosque. So as you can see now, in Al Madinah Al Munawwara there is no straight roads. So as you can see, so in the 1950 they just do some changes, and they just make one straight large road in Al Madinah. So King Abdul Aziz just ordered that to expand the Al Madinah Al Munawwara mosque, and later on the market was burned. So there is no more a market. So as you can see now, it's the same shape. It's in the main road, and the building elements just in the red. So it's they using the main natural materials like wood and mud. So we have 4 bar columns, and it was so as you can see now, the wood was used so much. And here the result of the comparing these two markets. So Prophet Muhammad was established, and in the western area has the same shape and the same building. So it's going through the it's a large one, and there is a lot of similarities for the building element, and they are using natural materials as well. So as you can see, the roads was so tight. So it's from the beginning, and this is Al Madinah in the previous. They wasn't afraid from stealing from one another, from stealing from anyone else. So because we have Makkah al-Mukarramah market, there's a lot of visitors to the market as well. We conclude our markets. We will conclude the workshop with welcome everyone. So I will speak about the region. So we will speak about the southern region, and there is Asir city, and it has different markets. So according to the things that affected to the southern markets, they using let's say that what the things they are using to make the building, they were using the mud, the grass, and of course the rocks. So the western region, it's divided into two: the one which is near to the sea, and the other one which is near to the mountains. So according to the weather, it's a good weather, so it's moderate one. So the people who living in the southern city, they are so brave and strong as well. So we have different markets in Asir region. So of course in the market there is a lot of goods. They not specified with the some of the goods to be in that market. This market was located near to the villages, and it's easy to go. And it's easy to go to that market as well. So if you want to buy or sell any good, you can go there. And of course, if you want to agree on something, you can go there and sit with your people and so on. So, and of course they asking for and in that market there is some of the people who there is one person who supervised for the market. So there is a Thursday market, which is a national one. It's in Al Asir. It's opened all the time in the year, but it will be crowded on Thursday only. So and the location of the market, it's one of the important sites in the Asir region. So it was the trade and the trade and commercial movement. So it's this market is near to the Al Fallaha, and it's called this market called. There is another name. They called Thulatha or Tuesday market because a Tuesday is the time when they agreed to have this market. So the market was established in Tuesday. So as you can see now, we have the doors, windows, using the rocks, and you can see in these pictures So it was affected by the cultural of the Asir region. So the market was established in a high area, and of course because they want to avoid the water and avoid the sea movements. And these buildings is very strong, and it will not be affected so easily, and it will not be destroyed so easily. So in the right and in the left buildings, you can find the differences, and you can see the shape of the building as well. And as you can see the things, the main things that have been the design of the market, it was built to the above side. So as you can see now, the walls, it's a thick wall, so they building it with the mud. And as you can see in the picture, we have three different as we can see, we have three different materials that they were using it in that time, and one of these was built with the rocks. And you can see in the second floor you can find the windows, which is a very small windows. And now the column bars, as you can see, according to the ceilings, they using natural materials. So it's a wood, and according to the art they are using, they trying to do the as you can see the arts help them to avoid avoid them from the rain and being affected by the rain. So as we can see now, it's it's by mud and rocks. Now the second market, which is ظهران الجنوب. It's in Asir region, and it's developed by the citizens near to the market. So it was near to the historical area. So this market was very old. So the traders were in the same area, and they trying to exchange the goods from one to another in this market, which is ظهران الجنوب market. So the area in the market, it was in the right hand. So it was a free area. So any traders want to sell the goods, they can come and they can come and show the others the goods. So it's a free one. There is no
وفي بعض التجار كما واضح في الصورة بيعرضوا منتجاتهم على ظهر العربات. كانت عملية البيع من العربات غالبا ما تكون سمة من
So as you can see now,
الذين يبيعون الفواكه والرطب.
so there was selling the dates as well. So now, as you can see, the space of the market is different from the previous. So now, so in the left hand is a picture of the market nowadays.
بالنسبة للطابع المعماري اللي هو أخذ
So the building elements,
أسرة في البناء وتمتاز بنمط
it's they using the natural materials,
أعالي الجبال.
and most of the buildings was in the highest locations.
بالنسبة للمسقط نلاحظ إنه المسقط عبارة عن شكل
So as you can see now,
ساحة السوق عبارة عن شكل عضوي
the area of the market
على طول الشارع الرئيسي.
in the main road of the market.
الأساسات تم استخدام
So
نظام الحوائط الحاملة
so they using the
تسمى بالوثب.
thick
بالنسبة للحوائط
walls as well,
حوائط من الطين كما هو
and it was a thick one, and they using the natural materials like mud,
استخدام نظام المرزح. وهنا نلاحظ إنه
and they using المرزح system.
من الجدران. بالنسبة للفتحات أيضا
So as you can see now, the doors and the windows.
في السوق ويعود ذلك
So there's only doors, no windows anymore. So there is no window in the market.
نلاحظ أيضا
So as you can now, as you can see,
بالنسبة للأعمدة لم يتم
they didn't use the column bars,
عناصر أخرى نلاحظ وجود المظلات
and
في بعض المحلات التجارية كعنصر معماري.
and of course they using some materials to avoid the being affected by the weather,
تماشى مع الطراز وطابع السوق.
and it's a unique one, as we can see,
تعليق الإنارة عليها.
and it will be looks great when the lights in the walls and the color will be reflected in a good
ثقافي بحيث يجتمع فيه الناس للتفاعل
in a good color.
وغير ذلك. يظهر السوق الثلاثاء
So as you can see,
التصميم العام ولكن بتنوعات دقيقة
the similarities was the using the natural materials.
زي ما ذكرنا إنه بعض
It's okay, we will complete.
والبعض الآخر كان من الحجر.
So they some of the buildings using the mud, and the other buildings using the mud, and the other one with the rocks.
الاختلاف في المباني
So the differences from the
يعرف بالتنوع ضمن الوحدة.
buildings.
يعتمد السوق في منطقة ظهران الجنوب على تصميمات بسيطة ولكن
So it's a symbol. They using symbol designs, but it's similar.
مما يعزز الشعور
So it shows us they are living in the village or something like that. So it's very simple one,
يعني أثرت على سمات العمارة في المنطقة.
and affected to the.
فلاحظنا وجود عناصر معمارية لم تكن واضحة في باقي مناطق المملكة.
So they have some elements that it's not in any market in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
مثل سوق الثلاثاء. بالإضافة لأن الدكاكين ممكن تكون متلاصقة.
And the shops is very near to each other. So
أبرزت الدراسة أن
so
هي في عسير تمتاز بطابعها العمراني الفريد.
So at the end, the bottom line, which is Asir market is a significant market, and it's they using a simple arts as well. And they trying to show us they using simple arts as well, and it's taken from the environment. So after we reviewing all the 5 regions, and after we going through these markets, so starting from the north to the south, from east to the west, so we will conclude the workshop with the comparison between these 10 markets. Doctor, can you hear me? In the name of Allah. So the study was a combined one, and as we can say, it's a master study. So with each one of our colleagues and our engineers, they doing some compare between 2 markets and more. So we did this job. We work on it to make it, and as you can see in the screen, we're using the pictures to make it easy for you. So as Dr. Asim told us before, we can do the study by comparing, and we can do the study by the living buildings and something like that. So we trying to make sure that we have evidence. We use the living materials as well. So as we can see, they're using they're using simple art, and we're trying to know more about the arts and which one is the oldest one and which one came after. And as you can see, Al Qaysariya market is the oldest market. So the markets in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from the different regions, but so the first kind, which is Al Qaysariya market, and according to the study our friends they just made, and the Spalat Al Hufuf market, and it was from and also there is a different market. We have the commercial road or the traders road in the Zal market in Riyadh. They have a similarity. They are similar to each other, but according to the leaders in that time, So they just ordered, the leader just ordered, we want, you can go through it in one way, which is a Champs-Élysées. So they trying to have the same. So the area in Al-Manakha market was like a large space. If you want to sell some goods, you can go there, and of course you can show it to others, and that's all. So the area is developed later in Hisham Abd al-Malik, when he just they trying to have the market surrounding with the area. Al-Aqir, is it Al-Aqir market? It's a space, a closed space, and one of the and let's say it's a closed area, and there is some ceilings. So they're trying to avoid the being affected by the weather. So let's say the market, even if it's near to the mosque or far away from the mosque, but so the Prophet Muhammad says that you will find the movement and the rizq from being near to each other and sell the goods, of course. Thank you so much. And now the walls is a strong walls, and most of the walls was made by mud, and some of the other regions they using the rocks. The windows, most of it's rectangle, and the similarities, which is they using the doors, and there's some woods for the ceilings and the doors, and the bars. And in Hijaz they using the same, and of course they using the simple arts as well. After that, there is two ways. Diriyah was the first city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, then Riyadh, then let's say most of the traders and let's say the travelers to Riyadh, and trying to utilize the things that in that area. I think there is a Dhahra mosque, Imam Muhammad bin Saud. They were in that mosque trying to work, and of course they were working, and later on everyone go back to the village or to the country they came from. Now we're going back to the results. So they're using the same materials, which is natural materials. They're using simple arts as well. If they we need to take care of the morphology if we want to build a new market. So we need to make sure that we're going through the same, let's say, the same elements and the same materials that used in that time. And of course, it will encourage the political and social part as well. So when we want to use we want to develop the market and we want to develop the market to be attractive for the people, and we want to involve the people in the social so they can participate as well. And thank you so much. Thank you for your listening. Thank you so much, Doctor. So, Miss Zaina.
نشكر المشاركين من جامعة الملك سعود يعطيكم العافية.
We are thanking the people from King Saud University. You just shared with us a valuable knowledge as well. Thank you so much.
testing. إنني
Welcome back, everyone. Hi. So now I'm going to welcome onto the stage Ms. Naam Yamani, a Learning and Outreach Director at Diriyah Gate Development Authority, who will be presenting the awards and thanking the students for the Student Poster Showcase. Please welcome on stage Naam Yamani.
Thank you, Zain. What an incredible conference this has been. This year, Student Poster Showcase highlighted the students' creativity, innovation, and hard work. Every participant here is a winner, and we're so proud of you. This year, we had 96 student submissions and 12 teams were nominated. Now it's time to recognize your effort and dedication, evident by your great and valuable participation over the past 24 hours.
Call all groups to receive their thank you certificate, starting with the first poster المخطط الحضري لمدينة الدرعية دراسة حالة أثر التجارة على نمو وتطور التراث العمراني للمدينة. فجر إبراهيم سعيد الكيادي، وفاء ناصر أحمد الكثيري، جنى عصام عبد العزيز الراضي، وجنى فيصل سعيد الشهري.
مبارك يعطيكم العافية. أعطيهم أحسن. هنا تفضلي عشان ناخد صورة. تعالي هنا عشان ناخد صورة. يعطيكم العافية. في النص. Center please. شكرا لكم.
For the second poster سمات الهوية المحلية لمدينة الدرعية وأثرها في تحديد تراثها الثقافي الغير مادي. الصناعات التقليدية نموذج سارة حماد
الحاشمي. Thanks a lot. Thanks. شادن الدهان أنيار thanks. Well done. Thanks for your contribution. Thanks a lot.
دانا حازم، مناهل مالك، نوف المطيري، رغد سليمان، ومشاعل أحمد.
شكرا لكم. موفقين.
Poster title: Explanation of Tangible Legacies and Their Environmental Impacts in Saudi Arabia Relating to Methods of Specifications. شوق عبد العزيز، لولو التويجري، وتالا طاشا كنجي. Poster title: Cost Benefit. Preserving the Past, Shaping the Future, An Approach to Qusayba's Architecture. شمس الجربة، أسمى الهادي، وشهد القحطاني. Poster title: A Tale of Two Markets, Trade and Craft Production in Diriyah and Other Saudi Cities. لميا الزهير، رزان العبيد، الجوهر القحطاني، وحنان العبيدي.
يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you.
Poster title: Unraveling Diriyah's Rich Culture and Historical Significance. Noura Al-Ajmi. At last, the poster title: From Diriyah to Vision 2030, Community and Change in Saudi Governance. ريم الشميس ومنيرة الكردي. Now let's celebrate our top performance. Fourth place: Preserving the Past, Shaping the Future, An Approach to Qusayba Architecture. Can you come to the stage, please?
Rana.
Congratulations, you're fourth place.
Can I have the cubes? The cubes, please. بس لا واحدة. خليها معك. تفضل. And the check. تمام خلاص تقدري
And now third place: Material Heritage and Environmental Impacts. second place, cost benefit of green buildings in Diriyah.
مبروك. تقدر تشيلي؟ ايوه.
As for the first play winner, we will be announcing at Salwa stage. Thank you to all participants and supporters for making DGS 24 unforgivable.
والله